Let's go. Hey, good morning. Sunday, SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, number 32. What's going on, Ishiwatari EQ and Fardotron? Great to see you. Terrific morning. Introducing Saibao, right? Newest troll on the block. Gonna go hard today. I may kill some Froglocks this morning. You know, it's bound to happen. 16 players online. This isn't a bad turnout for this early. Hey, Justin Beard in the house. Good to see you. Hey, we're just getting started over here, literally. Got your coffee? Cheers. You know? I'm using the I Donut Care mug again because it's my favorite. One of my favorites. Oh. So I got my UI file set. I got my spells set. Let's memorize. What level is this tune? Fresh 1. Brand new. Handed in my starter tunic. Nope. I got like, whatever you want to call that. Maybe 7-8%. Yeah. I won't be level 1 long. I brought some of these things. You got your Coke Classic earlier. Nice. That's a nice little treat. Alright, here we are. Enfield Swamp. I should probably get Slam ready. Slam, so crucial. Put that number 2. Yellow Con. We ready? Let's do it. Feeling good, feeling strong, feeling powerful. Over powerful. This little fungus spore, he's next. Captain Lung Whistle, what's going on? Just some time, we're just getting started over here. I actually had some good action, nice fun yesterday morning. Got to fight up in Everfrost. Just W key into every mob like Fippy, exactly. That's the strat. We know the strategy. We've seen it. We learned it from the best. How you doing, Antonius Block Party? I'm pretty powerful right now. You know, I got a little bopper of a weapon. Take a look at it. Jade Mace, not bad. It's Death Starred, so I gotta give it back to him. I'm just borrowing it. A little something, something. Of course, my regen is goofy mode. Boy, Froglock's a little tough. Even with my goofy mode regen, I don't know. We'll see. See what we can do. Weapon's so fast, I should probably just freaking stand here a sec. Kill it. Come on. There we go. Uh-oh. I want to live. Let's try that again. Better than dying. Anyways, this will be fun. I'm just gonna keep the grind at the fastest pace I can manage. You know me, I don't like downtime. Why, if I can avoid it via, you know, fungi tunic, I'm gonna avoid it. I know, OG troll models are so good. The Luckland troll models, I got used to it because I played a lot of, you know, EQ on retail, and that was the way, you know, the old models got left behind. As soon as you got your mount, you had to check that box, you know? Don't want to be left behind like that. But, you know, happy to be back. P99, using the old models was probably what drew me over here. Let's face it. Anyways, how's everybody doing today? We're gonna have a question of the day at 8 a.m. and keep it going through the rest of the stream as we do. It's in about 2 hours. Right now, you could consider this kind of like the wake up, the warm up. We're in like the warm up era. Blasting some Herbie Hancock, nice. What song or what album? What's Herbie Hancock had quite the career. Chameleon, nice. Oh yeah, love that. That reminds me, Fartotron. Maybe I'll have to bust out the saxophone later. Speaking of Chameleon, I know that one. I could play that one. Thing 2. Gonna do like the quickest celebration ever for this one because it's level 2. Just cheer. Let's do a cheer, dance, and a wave. Hi. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep it going. We'll get more of a celebration when it's a level more worthy of celebrating. But let's face it, level 2, PvP time. It's active now. Level 1, you're safe. Level 2, you're in the... Welcome to the jungle, baby. Let's see what we get. Yellow con giant rat. Easy. You like that last person's name? Fecal Feast. Is that anybody in chat right now? I would be either very surprised or very unsurprised. Could be you. Going on, dude. I want to live. There we go. Just had to regen the tick real quick. Sheesh. Can't do poop feast 420. Oh boy. This rat don't want to get hit no more. There we go. Now it took a little D. I was gonna say, it looks like Horrid is also attacking me, and they are. It's okay. I'll just keep it moving. Can't hit what you can't catch. Reminds me of the good old days, right? Trying to level while somebody's trying to hit you. Love that stuff. All right. Next. Bull alligator, what are you doing down here? That thing's like out of bounds. That's a high level. I mean, I shouldn't say high level, but it's nothing for a level 2 to be fighting. That's for sure. Who's this one? I know the name. I've seen the name Horrid before. I like it. We got FF over there. I did invite Fecal Feast. Let me get the group window up here. Allow context menus. All right, we all grouped yet? All right, I'd like to stay along the wall for navigation's sake. It could get a little, you know, the swamp's pretty big. It's not, but for a level 2, it can feel pretty big. I used to absolutely love beating Froglock Tads. You know what I mean? This is what really got me into the game, right? First time I looted a Froglock Tad and it had a piece of armor, I was like, oh yeah, I love this. I'm sold. Killing snakes and rats, you know, for snake bits and rat pieces is it's all fun and good, but like, and I thought it was very immersive. But like I said, that first piece of armor I looted really, really sold me. Swamp's like one of the best starting areas because of that, right? A nice little selection of gear here. Netted, woven. Hey, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. You're in the right place. This is the place to be every Sunday. Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. The 32nd Sunday of the year, and it's number 32 for Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest. So, you know, I'll let you come to your own conclusion there about my consistency and reliability when it comes to, you know, doing the stream. It's consistent. It's reliable. You can set your watch to it. Every Sunday, every Thursday, I do a little one. And now we added a new day to the week. It's called Tuesday, you know? As in Big League Chewy. Tuesday. And it's sometimes a Tuesday, sometimes a Wednesday. I try to do it Tuesday, but, you know, it's an afternoon stream, so I'm more at the mercy of the rest of my day. You know, these morning streams, nothing's stopping me, you know? Alarm clock goes off, I'm up, I'm ready, I'm playing. But, you know, on Tuesday, I start playing when I can. It'll be 4 p.m. You know, if I can't do it on Tuesday, then I'll make it happen Wednesday. That's the only inconsistent thing in the stream. Everything else is very consistent. Ooh, a red con. Big frogs. Oh, wow. Big frog herded. Haha, yes, it's Roscoe Jenkins. How classic is this? Extremely classic. Sheesh. Uh-oh, 2 frongs. Okay, now they're both on me. We're okay, we're okay. I'm gonna use the superior power of my regen. E. Oops. Holy fuck, that hurt. Maybe the Slayer captain will help. I don't think he will, though. I think he's just gonna... If I gotta take him all the way back to the guards, so be it. Oops. Oh. Now I got stunned. Trying to keep it on me because I got the regen, you know? Alright, I think we'll be okay now. One down. Oops, that hurt. Ah, come on. I hate when they stun me when I'm making my move like that. Alright, thank you. That was good. That was excellent. What's our XP at? Ooh, about to ding, about to ding. Alright, no XP for that one. It's okay. How about this one? Doesn't see me. Come see me. Swimming too fast. Or I should say I'm swimming too slow. Really, let's face it. Alright. Got a snake coming. And there's more froglocks to kill up this way. And by I think there's more froglocks. We know there's more froglocks. They're up here. Place is teeming with froglocks. That's a little inner fire on Fecal Feast. Why not? Every little bit helps, right? Right, Horrid? You want some too? Big buffin'. Big buffin'. Let's get me buffed. Alright. Think anybody's gonna mess with us today? It's the PvP server after all. They... Oop, I want that. What was I gonna say? I said they. They... Oh, they are opposition. You know what I mean? They might try it today. They tried it last Sunday. It was fun. I had a good time scuffling up there in permafrost. You know, I don't think they'd be so bold to come down here to the swamp after, you know, this past week. You know, in between last Sunday and now, it's been brutal for them. All right, let's dance. Let's cheer. Level 3. Hey everybody, what's up? What's going on? You, yes you. Welcome to the show. It's called the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest, and we're just getting started over here, okay? Ding level 3. If you hating on flowers, that's slash rudes for you, okay? Without further ado, let's hit level 4. Fecal wants an invite. Didn't I invite you like 5 times? Or not? Control I. Hit Control I. See if that works. There we go. It worked. Control I worked for you. Love that. Love to hear it. So, who do we got? Level 2, level 3, and Level's Horde. Level 4-ish. Maybe level 5. Yoink. Ninja looted that one armor class mask. After all, why shouldn't I? I'll you know, I'll pass it. I'll pass it down when I upgrade it. How about that? All right. We're getting close to the area where the like high level NPC walks around, right? There's the high level guy. Silp. Avoid. Avoid Silp. That mask is OP, I know, right? Alright, red con and a yellow con. I mean, I could tank because I got the regen. Alright, we'll do it like this. Do it like this, and then we'll do it like that. Oh, this is wonderful. 40% in? Just about? About to be even higher? Halfway through, maybe? Almost? Oh, yeah. Love that. Woven wristbands, big loot. Big upgrade there. 2 AC. Like I was saying, like the swamp provides, Guck provides, like this whole starting, like this area to start, live, occupy. It's wonderful. Everybody wants to be here, but they're not all allowed to be here. All right, let's see. Everybody go. I should pass out some of these, but I feel like it's a little too early, right? I like to have a little more HP before I start doing crazy stuff. Summoning pets. And you can't zone with it, so gotta pick a good spot. Maybe south row, you know? Yeah, maybe not Guck yet. I was about to go in, but that's a little too soon. A couple more levels first. This island out here is usually very poppin', or we should say hoppin', because they're frogs, right? This place is hoppin'. But yeah, decent turnout so far on the server. I'm happy to be playing with a couple friends already, you know? It's not even 7 a.m. yet. We're already forming the group. This is good. This is nice. Oh shit, what do we got here? Longest man tracker, yellow con. Alright, score will hit. Hey, thank you for that follow. We're just out here trying to fly through these lower levels and get straight to the, you know, the less low levels. Still low, but they're less low. And before you know it, it'll be mid-level. I think with a fast enough pace, enough determination, it's possible. We'll hit mid-level today. That's a long stream, you know? Solid shift. Thing 4. Dance. Cheer. Wave. Hey, USU, we're still doing it. We're still doing it. All right. And if you still hating, that's still for you. Anyway, what's next? Thank you, Captain Long Whistle. Yeah, we're flying over here. Level 4 already. Almost Froglock guard time. Level 4, swimming 4.
That was easy.
It sure was. What's going on? Jay Zaz. Jay Z Zaz. Good to see you. I don't want to miss any fat loot such as Froglock Tadpole Flesh.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
That one always cracks me up. Alright, turquoise. Turquoise is big money. Alright, just kidding. It's not that big, but I'm level 4. You know, it's pretty big. As big as this netted cap. 2 armor class, where once there was 0 armor class. We moving up. I got a little head start here, right? We got a couple pieces of gear just to smooth this along. Right? Merchants don't just hand out spells for free. That is so absolute fact. You might think it, because you start with 2, right? You get 2 spells for free. You think everything's sweet, so you want that 3rd spell. They're like, that'll be 1 gold, please. Like, I don't have any gold. None of these, you know? Alright. Is it time to go in? I really don't want to fight Silp out here, and he's just like kind of lurking. This could be bad. Zoning in, probably pull 3 right off the rip. One of them might cast. So, see how it goes. No caster, and it's only 2. Okay. I love Guck. So I remember when Red first launched, there's a guild called Holocaust, and they took Guck, right? They like clogged it all up, and we had to take it from them. It was an epic battle in the swamp. Oh, shit, I can't. I want to live. Hopefully they can hold it for a sec while I come back in. There's just not enough room to scramble around in there yet. Next room's like got 2 or 3. And I missed nothing. Come on. Come on. There we go. Looking good. All right, should stay ahead of this. No problem. Nothing wrong. Pather. And that'll be it for in here. We'll go back outside after that. Well, there is a room with 3. So we might be able to pull also. Might as well. Add. No casters, right? No casters. 2 sentries and a tad. If we got a zone after killing 1, we got a zone after killing. No? No, it's a red. A yellow. You got a whiz. Nice. I keep aggro as best I can. Nice. Hey, you'll be able to join us. Is your wizard in the area already? That'd be very convenient right now. That is you. I had a feeling. Like I remembered the name, and I was pretty sure. I knew it was one of us. Nice. Always good to have a bank alt. I'm gonna take this one all the way up to 60. Right? This is like my new project. Like I'm putting some of the other projects on the back burner until you know, just shaman is just too good to not have. I don't have one. Never really have. Sorry, Horrid, you just missed it. A rusty halberd. I think I'm gonna give this to Horrid for bow quest, right? This is decent. Oh, maybe it was an actual upgrade for Fecal Feast. My bad. Didn't think of that part. It was just you know. I'm gonna go grab Fardo. Nice. Yeah. All right, they were way too high level. Let's get out of you guck. Back to the swamp. Yeah, Rusty Halberd. The delay on it is, not great, which means it's okay for bow quests. If you can't use a weighted axe, you got to do what you got to do. Something slow. Let's see how slow this is. 56. It's pretty slow. All right. Didn't I just ding? Are we 70%? Crazy. All right, time to scramble a little bit. A little scrambling. Sheesh. Oh, I like warped through that corner and wasn't expecting that. Uh-oh. I'm zoning. I got it. It got a little too spicy. If I hurry, I can help Fecal. I say after I sit. Looks like he killed one. Or at least got it fleeing. Probably killed it. Oh, never mind. There it is. We'll leave that till he gets back in here. Or out here, I should say. Oh, shit. No, never mind. It's going too far. Going too far. One step beyond. All right. Good. Good stuff. Good stuff. Spam a couple heals on you. Actually, I can't spam. I need a clicky. I didn't think about that. I should move over like a telescope or a, you know, a shrunken goblin skull earring. Something with an instant. Crack staff on that guard. Let's see. Yes. Congrats. That's huge. Yeah, it'll open up in a minute. All right. One minute, it'll be open. I love when they run like this. All right. "13 players online." Oh, hold on. I'll hold that thought set because ding, level 5. Cheer. Trying to cheer over here. Almost. You almost saw the cheer. There we go. Alright, so we cheer, we dance, wave, we point at you, yes you. Hey, Flippy Darkpaw, you're just in time. Ding level 5. It's huge. It's a huge level 5. Doing the ding dance for your lands. I just did a slash who all. I can't even see. Heroic null period. So true. So true. Everybody, we're just getting started over here, right? Let's go extra hard in honor of Flippy Darkpaw in the chat, you know? So let's go. Let's get it. literally just getting started over here. 6:43 a.m. Already dinged a few times, a handful of times. Started at level 1 or level 5. I'm trying to hit like, I don't even know what level. I'm trying to like get my highest level shaman ever, which actually I think we might be already. I'm not sure if I've ever passed level 5 on a shaman before. Yeah, a little something different for a change. You know, I'm always doing Shadow Knight, very occasionally Warrior. Shaman, that's a new one, you know, for me. They seem very strong and good, right? I got the Troll for the regen. Speaking of regen, I'm rocking a little shirt right now, you know, just a little shirt. Um, you know, I didn't want downtime. How's this gonna work PvP wise? Oh, I think it'll be awesome. I think you know, people got to be prepared to deal with a shaman, and by that I mean if you don't got a cure poison potion, you might be in some trouble. You know, you really might be because some of these poisons are absolutely brutal. Should be fun. Should be fun. That being said, I don't have any poisons yet. I have inner fire. It's a very small heal, or heal slash buff, right? Should probably be casting it. And Fecal Feast over here just got a big upgrade, right? Crack staff time. That's huge. You're really bopping when you got that thing. Let's go to this island. No J Boots yet, unfortunately. I have no clicky yet. Grabbing a bard and then you'll join back on list. Cool. Sounds good. Sounds most good. I gotta sneeze. Hold on, dude. Drosong, I appreciate that pro shaman tip from you. I could use all the help I can get with it when it comes to this class. I know they get mallow. I know they get slow. I know they get dots. Real Norath champion sneeze on camera. I know I'm shook. I'm not ready. Not ready to sneeze on camera. It'll happen one of these days. I won't. I'll try to, you know, catch it. I'll miss it. Yeah. About time for me to refill my mug. Here, be right back real quick. Let me grab a mug. Mug of coffee. Muggity mug mug. Poured your grick up? Alright, let's go. Be right back. Okay. Back. Back at it. What'd I miss? Looks like nothing. Horned great staff, huh? Level 5.5. Almost time to go South Row, maybe. I mean, we can ride this swamp until the wheels fall off, but I feel like it's a pretty consistent leveling path. Once we can kill orcs, if we just keep killing orcs. But I'll wait till the rest of the gang gets here, I think, you know? But yeah, I got none of the clickies. This is really like, if you're used to watching me play new tunes, this is probably the least prepared I've ever had one, right? Usually I got the J boot, sometimes I got the Lev cloak, you know? I'll have at least half of the eye patch, if not the whole eye patch, and then I'll play it, right? I don't like to play unprepared level ones. It's just not as fun, but I don't know. I don't need haste on a shaman. It'll be nice. Like I'll get it eventually, the eye patch, but I don't need it. I would like to think. This one's red. Stormfeather casually up most of the time. No way. Stormfeather's the bottleneck big time. You might find Lodi up casually every now and then. Like it takes longer to drop Lodi because it's not like a level 35 easily soloable by just about anybody. It usually takes a duo usually, so it sticks up a little bit. Lodi sometimes. Sometimes it's up for 2 seconds and gets killed. Sometimes it's up for 2 hours before it gets killed. But Stormfeather probably 2 seconds every time. Like people are up it, but used to be easier to get Stormfeather. Yeah, yeah. That was we lucked out by grabbing them all when we could. The server's like pretty lively these days. Right now we got 12 players on, but it's 6:51 a.m. on the East Coast, right? So on the West Coast, it's like kind of between shifts. You know what I mean? Night shift went to bed, day shift's getting up. You'll see the server pick up, especially on the weekend. Oh yeah, been getting into good PvP scuffles all over the place. Who's Elementals? Cool name. I like that name. Anyway, about to be level 6. Maybe do one more room here in Upper Guck. Well, the Pather's up too. So we'll kill a few more things here in Upper Guck. Maybe even ding off that and then go back out to the swamp. And, you know, pretty much above all the stuff you'll see the south part of the swamp. Right? Kobolds and frog tads. All that stuff will be too low. Have to kind of go more to the north part of the swamp. You can stay in the swamp till probably level 11 or 12, and then it would really, really, really start being tough to find XP kills. You'd have to like the higher level crocs, the higher level froglock, what are they, foragers and hunters or whatever, like way up there. No hunters, kobold hunters, and that undead tower, right? You'd have a few things you could kill, and maybe you can make it work all the way until killing Dark Death Singer, right? If you wanted to do like a purely swamp leveling path, there might be a way. You might be able to hit like mid-20s without ever leaving the swamp once, but it would be such a slog, you know? Well, real awkward level ranges there. The low teens, right, would be ridiculous. Just trying to find stuff to kill. You finally do it and it barely gives you anything because you're just too high level. And then, you know, trying to... I don't know why I'm thinking of this. There's other zones, right? I'm already in one of them, right? I'm in Upper Guk. That's not the swamp. Swamp adjacent. South Row swamp adjacent. That's what I'm thinking. We just kind of orc camp to orc camp until we can go to this sand. And then it's just kind of like pick a derv camp and kill that and everything around it. And you can go up to Oasis, and it's just like Oasis is sweet. The Crocs are pretty high level for what they are, which is easily killable, kiteable, you know, single pullable. Thing 6. You know what it is. You gotta just keep an eye out for sand giants, right? Hey you, yes you. I'm glad you're here, you know? What's going on? We're just getting started. Let me get a little better. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're level 6. That deserves a little dance. It deserves a little cheer. And no, for real though, thank you for being here. Everybody who's watching, we're just getting started over here. So I want you to note the schedule, okay? Sunday mornings, I log on bright and early, right here, right now. We're here. It's Sunday. SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, number 32, live in effect right now. Number 33 is next Sunday. Number 34 is the Sunday after that, etc. You get it. The schedule on Sunday, very obvious, very clear. Thursday mornings, rise and grind, right? Grab our coffees. I'm like, hey, cheers, you know, and we get up, drink a little coffee, do a little EverQuest, 6 a.m. Eastern until 8 a.m. Eastern. That's the Thursday morning rise and grind. I'm serious, every week. But Tuesdays is now Tuesdays, you know, unless Tuesday's on a Wednesday. Keep an eye on the Discord for that one. With that being said, without further ado, let's get back to the killing, the leveling, the dinging. And who knows? Maybe we'll see some PvP today. It is the PvP server. Anything can happen. Part of the fun. The thrill of the unknown. The danger of the mystery. But who knows? Who knows? We might not see him. I saw players and, you know, for a second I was almost like, oh shit, but these are pals. Invited them all. There we go. We're good. I was just saying it's time to leave this zone, go back to the swamp. But now that there's 4 of us, maybe we push a little deeper. Such disgusting names. Fardotron is Luigi you. I don't even ask anybody anymore. You know what I mean? You just approach me, and you know what I mean. If I think you're cool, you're joining the group. You know, Luigi seems cool, so I didn't even ask. Who is that? It's a good name. I know Oblivia, Captain Lung Whistle. All right, Fecal Feast, Ishiwatari. You know, Saibao is me. Chewy what a Wookie, right? Big League Chewy over here. But we don't know Luigi. It must be Fardotron. He just farted violently. It has to be Fardotron. Okay, so here's what I was thinking. If we can kill these Crocs, then we're Gucci, right? We can stay here. If we can't kill the Croc, we're gonna have some big trouble. Kind of gator wrestling over here. I'll try to keep it like in front of Oblivia one way or another. How about that? Oh, it's rooted now. Okay. It's a good little grind. We gotta get somebody to log an officer tune and tag us all, right? We gotta represent Flowers of Happiness, the #1 undisputed heavyweight champ PvP guild of all time. You know, try to find you know, try to find a better guild. Not happening. We out here. Make you an officer. I don't have a leader anymore. My leader tune is banned wrongly. Oh, oh we got plenty of leader tunes. Did we kill this other Redcon croc? Yeah, my main is banned, but it's, you know, that's ancient history. I didn't do nothing, first of all. I was retired from EQ, came back banned. You know, I'm better than ever. But I'm not trying to get into all that today, right? We're just out here doing this. And when I say it's ancient history, I'm talking about like it happened probably before I even made a Twitch account, which was a long time ago, very long time ago. And I didn't know because I didn't do anything. My account was in good standing when I retired. Came back, whatever. I keep running away like I'm not the tank. I should probably tank. Ooh, right. Okay. Oh, you know what? Flippy Darkpaw, thank you for reminding me. There's actually, yeah, some rumors had been swirling, right? Just as far as this lawsuit drama, the THJ lawsuit drama, kind of had ripple effects throughout the greater EQ emu community, right? Or EQ emu is even too broad, too specific. The broader EverQuest enjoyer community. How about that? How about that? The ripple effects through the whole community, right? And part of that was just the speculation about agreements, right? Because Secrets showed us or told us an agreement, right? The new Quarm Daybreak agreement, new, a couple weeks ago now. But that's new. That's fresh. Ooh, thank you. Thank you for hooking me up over here. We got some big, what's that? Cloth pants and a huge cloth cord. That's awesome. Thank you. Anyway, we got that stuff in the mix. And exactly. So Secrets had a little transparency. Show us, you know, tell us about the agreement. But we never had that transparency with P99 and the whole existence of the agreement until now. It's been leaked, right? Exhibit C. There's official court documents that are, you know, a copy of the agreement signed by Rogan, signed by somebody else. I don't know who the other name is. I'm sure it's easy enough to find out. But you know what I mean? Like it's official. It is the agreement. We know what the agreement is. So I can read that to you guys. Let's you know, we could get into that. Maybe we go south row. We're only level 6. We cannot go to Squire yet. No, Squire's like level 20. We can only kill this front chunk. But yeah, the agreement is out, and it is nowhere near as restrictive and limiting as I had speculated. You know what I mean? Like I opened my mouth and I speculated wildly. This is something I'm known to do, and I said that as I was doing it. I knew what it was. I was acknowledging this is pure speculation. You know, I could be wrong. I was wrong, right? There's nothing in this agreement about no new server for P99, right? Nothing. It's not in there at all. Not mentioned. In fact, P99 is fully green lit to go beyond Velius, right? Fully. Let's read it. Let me read it to you guys. I've downloaded this PDF like 10 times. I'm gonna do it again. Of course, going to my Discord. Is anybody not a member of the Discord and want to be? Say something in the chat right now if you need a fresh link, and I'll get you a fresh link. Otherwise, if you find it in the About section, right? Go to About, find the Discord link, join the Discord. This is where EverQuest discussion has been happening, right? For real. Like we've been in it. Our fingers are on the pulse over here in the EverQuest public channel, right? Everybody's welcome. Even even if we've had our disagreements and you know what I mean, champion status has been revoked for you. It's only happened to a few people, and that's what disagreements. It's not even about that. I'm fine disagreeing with people, but there was you know what disagreement I'm talking about. The whole Bambi legs thing. Some people lost access to one channel, but there's still EverQuest publics for everybody. I don't want an echo chamber. But, I also want to have a channel where I can speak to my friends, and not, it's fine. So here's the daybreak agreement. Wrong file. Here's the daybreak agreement. Trying to load this. Is it gone? No, okay. I downloaded it. There it is. Exhibit C. So this is filed in court, right? This is April 23rd, 2015 was the original date of this agreement. I'm like full screen on this PDF and not on EQ. Okay. So they're thanking Rogan and somebody else. Maybe it's who's the other one that was really involved at that time? Nilbog, maybe. He's still involved, but he was involved back then too. 2015. Anyways, they're thanking them. They said they talked on the phone about P99. This is a letter that reflects the agreement on the phone. Confirm it by signing, right? This is putting into what they discussed on paper 10 years ago, right? This is 10 years ago. And we've been in the dark about this the whole time. Let me try to see if I can see it on the whole thing in one page. Okay. So the terms and terminations, part one, the letter agreement, when they put agreement in quotes, will remain in effect as long as you continue operating P99 in compliance with the terms of this agreement. Either of us may terminate this agreement if the other breaches the agreement and fails to cure the breach within 10 days of receiving written notice of the breach from the other party. This agreement will automatically terminate itself if you discontinue operating P99. Preserve the peace. This agreement is not a license. The purpose of this agreement is to preserve the peace between you and Daybreak, despite the fact that Daybreak believes that your operation of P99 may give rise to certain legal claims and liabilities. Interesting addition there. Daybreak will not assert any legal claim against you for operation of P99 as long as you comply with the terms of this agreement. And then in parentheses it says, except that Daybreak will be entitled to indemnity against third-party claims as set forth below. So you will not have admitted any fault or liability in connection with P99. Daybreak is not waiving any legal claims and may assert any valid legal claims it may have against you if you breach the terms. The statute of limitation for any valid legal claim will be told for the duration of this agreement. All right, part three, representations and promises. In agreeing you allow to continue operating P99. Daybreak is relying on certain representations that you've made. Accordingly, we are entering into this agreement based on your promise that the following statements are true and remain true during the term of the agreement. So that is that the emulator software was created from scratch, right? They don't use any Daybreak server-side software in development, testing, or operation, right? They do not copy, modify, or distribute EQ client software, except that you may modify a user's client data files, but not executable files, as approved by Daybreak in writing in advance, right? Email suffices, they say. P99 users are and will always be required to obtain their own copies of EQ client software in order to use P99. You will not encourage, induce, or assist any user in obtaining pirated copies of the EQ client software, right? We knew this. We knew that they don't like to, not that they don't like to, but they straight up will never tell you how to get titanium, right? I got titanium discs from back in the day, but not everybody does. You will comply with the terms of this agreement and all applicable laws in connection with your continued operation of P99. You will not develop or operate an emulator for any Daybreak game other than EverQuest. And P99 will be maintained at all times as a legacy fan project. Will never be operated in conjunction with any EQ expansion other than the following. Okay, and then the list of the following is everything on Titanium, right? The first 10. Punarch, Velius, Luckland, Plains of Power, Legacy of Yakisha, LDON, Gates of Discord, Omens of War, which great one. Gates of Discord and Omens of War were amazing ones. Dragons of Norath, and Depths of Dark Hollow. Can you believe it? This is what blew my mind. I thought there would be like, it straight up said like no Luckland ever, you know, it has to stop at Velius. No, you have to stop at Depths of Dark Hollow. That's crazy. Okay, non-commercial use only. You represent and agree that P99 is and will remain non-commercial, not-for-profit, fan-based project. You may continue to solicit donations. What? You may continue to solicit donations through PayPal to help cover your server maintenance and data bandwidth costs. However, you may not engage in any other commerce in connection with P99. For example, and without limitation, you may not sell game subscriptions, software, DLC, in-game items, aka microtransactions, game-related services, premium access, or any other physical goods, virtual goods, or services in connection with P99. P99 must always be completely free to play with no charges for anything at all. Okay? This is in the agreement. Terms of service, you're bound by Daybreak's TOS and EULA, and they may be amended from time to time. In event of conflict between the TOS, EULA, and this agreement shall control, right? So pretty lit. They have like a real two-way street, like kind of, you know what I mean? Gotta respect it. Intellectual property is section 6 here. All IP rights and EQ, the Daybreak website, other Daybreak games, and business assets, including without limitation all trademarks, copyrights, and patents, are and will remain Daybreak's sole and exclusive property. You may not use trademarks, names, logos, or Daybreak game assets unless it's specifically permitted. I'm kind of going to skim through this one because it's just a lot of, you get it. You get it. Advertising and social media is part 7. You may continue to operate your website, p99.com, and your social media pages and feeds as long as they comply with the terms of this agreement. You may not distribute or assist or encourage anyone else to distribute P99 advertising materials to Daybreak's customers via Daybreak games, forums, websites, social media sites, or other Daybreak channels of communication. Oh shit, what we got going on? Including emails, private messages, online ads, and search engine keywords, must not utilize or contain any of Daybreak trademarks, names, logos, game assets, with the sole exception that you may use the name EverQuest or the name of expansions like Velius descriptively in plain text, as long as you do it without a logo or stylization, and in a manner that does not disparage or harm the reputation of Daybreak or its games. To describe P99, for example, to say relive the classic EverQuest experience or Project 99 Velius expansion coming soon. That's all fine. They can do that. They're showing some respect to P99 here. I love that. Release of the Velius expansion. You agree not to release Velius until August 1st, 2015 to avoid potential conflict with the progression server, right? You also agree to delay future P99 release dates as reasonably requested by Daybreak to avoid similar conflicts. And this agreement does not create any type of agency, partnership, joint venture, or licensor-licensee relationship at all. You have no authority to bind Daybreak or any third party or otherwise act in a way as a representative, partner, or licensee of Daybreak. Okay? Part 10, no IP block. You permanently remove the IP block and other technical measures that would prevent Daybreak employees from accessing P99. Interesting, right? Like they were very specific about this. So it says remove that IP block. So that means prior to this 2015 agreement, they specifically blocked Daybreak from seeing what they were doing, right? They have like an IP block in place to prevent their on the clock employees. It seems like, I don't know, no confidentiality. This agreement is not confidential. Interesting. It could have fooled me. It seemed confidential for the longest time. But yeah, anyway, no assignment. You may not assign this agreement to any other person or company. Okay? Part 13, transfer to Daybreak. It's important to Daybreak that you remain in control of P99 at all times. You agree not to sell, lease, or transfer P99 to any other person or company. If and when you decide to discontinue P99, you agree to provide prior notice upon request from Daybreak. Either transfer the emulator website and all related social media sites free of charge to Daybreak or permanently delete it. Right? Interesting. Indemnity and defense. You agree to indemnify, defend, and hold harmless Daybreak and its affiliates, directors, officers, employees, agents, and representatives against any third-party claim arising out of your breach in this agreement or your operation of P99. Right? Signed by the Vice President and General Counsel, David Yousefi, way back in like April 2015. So like over a decade ago. We finally know. It took over 10 years. All right, sorry for that. A little delay there in the action, but you know, let's see. It seems like my group killed some stuff without me. That's cool. My bad, guys. I just had to read that before I forgot. You know, I've been meaning to talk about it. They released that. It was like Thursday morning, like right after my stream ended, pretty much. Right. So this is the first chance I've had to really talk about it with you. It was honestly such big news. I almost did an emergency stream on Friday just to talk about it. Almost. But I was like, you know what? I always talk about I'm not going to blow you up with notifications. It's it's tangentially relevant, because I'm an EverQuest enjoyer. You're EverQuest enjoyers, but it's what I mean. It's nothing changes if you hear it Thursday afternoon, Friday afternoon, Sunday morning. You know what I mean? The information hasn't changed. It's an agreement that was signed over a decade ago. So you know what I mean? I told you about it today, but a lot of you already knew, right? I linked it in the Discord as soon as we were made aware of the, these are court leaks. These are official documents being downloaded from official like court websites. Like this is not like some little internet thing. This is like real life. Corporation versus passion project stuff. Big difference between THJ and P99 agreement, selling the in-game shit and directly competing with the TLP. Yeah. I mean, certain ways of handling things, had their time and place, right? I feel like P99 really existed in a ask for forgiveness type of era, it seems, right? Especially with that little tidbit about the unblock us thing, you got Daybreak employees blocked. You got to unblock Daybreak employees. Interesting, right? That kind of gives the impression that P99's doing their own thing without the permission. In fact, like maybe they even know it's a little gray area at the least. They're doing it anyway, and then they got the permission after, right? THJ tried to do that, but I think the world changed sometime in between 2015 and now, right? I think, like Daybreak wasn't taking it anymore, whatever, what I mean? It's a different world, and they had a different reaction, and You know, maybe they even tried to handle things more amicably, but now they're in court. And I read to you what THJ said, right? Like the I read, or I should say, I read what the THJ lawyers say, right? Like it was crazy. It was crazy. They point the fingers at the users. It's just like it's really a huge difference when you see the agreement between P99 and the filings between THJ and Daybreak. It's like almost the complete opposite. The level of respect, the level of just the tone of everything, right? Like the P99 Daybreak agreement is respectful. It's a two-way street. There's some give and there's some take, and I think it's very um, good agreement for P99. But the THJ one, especially the response, it's like it's the users downloading the files. When actually, if you read the agreement between P99 and Daybreak, like of course it's the users. Like that's specifically required by the agreement. Like I don't know, the Quorum agreement sucks. You think? Okay, so have we seen the actual court filed? You know what I mean? Like the notarized signed agreement, or have we only seen the agreement as presented um, by Quorum? I'm not saying I distrust the agreement, or you know, I'm just saying I don't think it's the complete agreement because, especially because there was nothing in that post about no new server, but when specifically asked about it, Secret said, as per the agreement, there's no new server. Well, so we're not seeing the whole agreement. We're getting it, you know, drip fed in pieces. I want to see the whole server, the whole agreement. The player cap is pretty clear. Yeah, I mean 1,200 is a lot of players. You just put it out of South Row. Yeah, sorry, I was like tabbed out reading stuff for a bit. I might have missed what happened. Um, but anyway, that was the agreement. But the whole reason this came up is because Daybreak responded to THJ's lawyers. Right, it would be a lot for Red. That's very true. Oh shit, big sleeves, huh? Sure. Um, okay. Daybreak has responded to THJ's motion. Let's check out this response here. Oh my god, it's so long. How many pages is this one? 15 pages. I'm not reading 15 pages, but luckily the first 4 pages are table of contents. I'll skim this later, right? We'll get into this agreement. Oh shit! The lemon song. He's here. Yeah, I'm wearing a funky. Don't worry about me too bad. But okay. There's just the way THJ's lawyers came out of pocket. You know, we've all kind of been waiting at the edge of our seats to see how is Daybreak going to respond to this. Ding level 7. That's how I'm going to respond to this. I'm going to ding level 7. I'm going to dance. I'm going to cheer. I'm going to, you know, do all the things I do. And then we'll get into it. Let's cheer. Dance. Wavy. What's up? Yes, you. Thanks for being here. We're just getting started, okay? For real. It's the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. Number 32. And it's live. It might be a mess if I'm tabbing out to read stuff, but it is what it is. Louis, yes, legal Chewy. You know what? I'm almost sure the name Louis is taken because there's an EQ enjoyer that would probably have taken that by now, but let's see. I could try it. I could try it. Um, Anyway, good to see you, Splendid Genesis. How you doing today? We got a question of the day coming up in about 37 minutes thereabouts, but who's counting? All right. This is the response over here. It's exactly what you'd expect, right? THJ said what they said, right? They pointed the fingers and said, it's not THJ, the ones raking in the money. Of course, they didn't say that because they didn't mention money. There was not a single mention of dollars, money, transactions, microtransaction, chrono, anything. You know what I mean? Like, they were selling full blown currency in their server, right? Like, none of this is mentioned. You know? They're trying to act like it's all this whole other servers are allowed to exist, so we thought it was okay too. That was basically their whole stance. And just pointing the finger. Look at P99. Look at EQEMU. Look at this. Look at that. You know what I mean? That was their whole thing. Look at the users. It was the users actually who are pirating this software, right? This is what the THJ lawyers said. You know, nobody asked. They're just trying to deflect. But anyways, THJ said what they said, and then Daybreak lawyers very predictably came to the plate to say what they wanted to say, which is all about the money. It's all about the money and the lack of respect and the no, that you did not have permission stuff. We did it. It was us. Like I liked the server. Watching the server being played, it looked very fun, and I was like, this is cool. This is kind of like the future of EQ, right? Isn't that what I said? Like something that feels like EverQuest felt back in the day is not going to be classic EverQuest. It's going to be something new we've never seen, right? Because that's what made Classic so great. It was new. It was fresh. We didn't know what to expect. We were learning it together. You know what I mean? And THJ almost did that a little bit, right? Because fine, it's not new, but it's like a new way to do it in a way. And I think that was very fun for people, as evident by the large amounts of money that was being raked in, right? It's all about the money. You always got to follow the dollar, and they were raking it in over there at THJ big time. They had a lot of contributors that contributed a good amount each, and that adds up. Anyways, obviously Daybreak brought that up. So the argument is that equitable estoppel fails to shield the defendants from liability. Remember that whole thing about THJ was the THJ argument. There's no rule in copyright that a copyright holder is bound to pursue either all or no infringers, right? Which is basically what THJ was trying to argue, like why you let P99 do it but not us. Because they can. They can do whatever they want. That's pretty basic. That's argument one. Part two, or B, is addressing that THJ argued that Daybreak, waited. They didn't argue anything until, it already, emulators had existed for multiple decades, they claim, right? And they're like, it's not about other emulators, it's about you, right? And we didn't wait. They acted very quickly, in fact. Daybreak established a likelihood of success on the merits. THJ only exists by defendants' unlawful repurposing and exploiting of Daybreak's protected works. Defendants modified Daybreak's copyright protected code, infringed EQ's non-literal elements, example characters, and NORAD, and generate funds as a result of their infringement. That's what it's all about, right? It's the funds. The Daybreak came with their eyes on the bag, as we know. Where's the money, Lebowski? Exactly. It's down there somewhere. I just need another look. So the defendants infringed on the copyrights. They have examples. They have case law. They're citing stuff all over the place. This is very dry and boring stuff, and that's why I don't want to read it word for word today. You know what I mean? Like, we already read a whole paper word for word. I'll give you my little summary. What's with my mouse? There we go. A DPI or whatever. What do you call the thing where the mouse moves? Gotta open up my Logitech app. Yeah, on Reddit, there's a big anti-Daybreak sentiment in some subreddits and a big pro-Daybreak sentiment in other subreddits. It's interesting. So the defendants violated the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, according to Daybreak. The defendants violated Section 43A of the Latham Act. I don't know what that is, but it doesn't sound good. You know what I mean? They're over here like throwing a whole freaking case law book at these guys right in court. It goes on and on and on. There's UCL claims. I don't know what UCL stands for. UCL claims. I don't know. I have to look that up. Look it up. UCL claim. What's a UCL claim in law? Unfair competition law. Oh boy. Oh boy, that doesn't sound good. Um, unfair competition. They breached the EULA, right? You don't have an agreement to do that, right? P99 has specific permission to breach that agreement. Their agreement transcends the end user license agreement. Anyway, without preliminary relief, Daybreak will be irreparably harmed, is what they argue. They want this to be taken care of. The balance of equities and public interests favor Daybreak, right? The defendants acknowledge that the cost of developing a game like EQ is this is a quote, usually in excess of $60 million, some cases excess of $250 million. The defendants admitted that. They somehow got them to say that line right there. They admit that EQ was very expensive to make. Not by them, right? But by people who originally made it years before. Anyway, blah blah blah. Daybreak correctly sued the defendants is basically what they get to over here. They're like, we got the right people. We know we got the right people. In conclusion, Daybreak respectfully requests that the court enter a preliminary injunction in the form set forth at Daybreak's proposed order. Blah blah blah. There you go. We know it all. Sorry, I didn't invite over here. Full blown tabbed out. But I'm back at it. Back at the EQ. It's alright. As long as no new forms are leaked today, it's Saturday. It's Sunday. I don't think anything new is getting leaked today. So, you know, that's the last reading I gotta do for you. Anyway, any thoughts on that? What do you guys think? Is it boring? Is it a distraction from the actual EverQuest gameplay? Should I just get back to it? Or you want to talk about it? I like, now that the P99 agreement is known, I feel good, right? I was like a little, I didn't want to say the sky was falling, but things felt bad. You know, it didn't seem good. Future of EQ lays in the hands of some old white dude in a black bathrobe. Yeah, yeah. At least, listen, at least he doesn't got a powdered wig on. Okay, that's one thing that you got to give it up to our country for finally moving past that stuff. You know, when I see some of these other countries and they still got the powdered wigs, it's like, you guys know it's, you know, it's not 1742 anymore. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do all that. Imagine they pull the plug on any EQ EMU agreement because of the THJ stuff. I mean, that was the fear, but I don't think that's happening. You know, I mean, it seems pretty clear that they're straight up saying, like, just because we have an agreement with P99 doesn't mean we have an agreement with you. In fact, here's the agreement, right? They're the ones who filed that agreement to show the court, like, look how reasonable we are. All they had to do was work with us, right? That's, you know, they were not reasonable, so they didn't get the same treatment. Right, and Daybreak went to the length of making an agreement with Quorum. Exactly, like they're playing the long game here. You saw right there, like, if this is non-transferable, so one day, you know what I mean? They could potentially get this server, and I think they want that. I think they know that they could, You know, they're in a position where they could milk money out of us. You know, specifically, Rogan is not, right, as per the terms, but they would be, right? Once it was transferred, they would make all the money they wanted off of it. So I think they're keeping it in good shape for the long game, for when it is finally there, you know? So basically, we got to thank Rogan for keeping it going because, you know, there's nobody else that could keep it going in the world. Um, he's got to shut it down rather than hand the reins off to anybody else, you know, as per agreement. But anyways, that being said, level am I still level 7? What's taking me so long? Let's get to level 8. It raises questions about new servers and development. They must be hurting staff wise or something. Yeah, maybe. I mean, they have permission. Make as many servers as they want, as long as it's not, you know, planet side or whatever, right? Daybreak owns planet side. It's basically their only restriction is that they can't do other games. Like you got EQ, you got the first 10 expansions of EQ. That's all you know. So the fact that we don't get more than we get, you know, I don't want to say it's disappointing, but it makes you wonder what could have been, slash maybe someday still could be. Anyways, I love to speculate wildly. Even when they finally give up all the info, I'll still find something to speculate about. Right? Why not? All right, ding 8. Let's go. Let's dance. Can we dance as a wolf? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Well, whatever. You'll still look at my wolf face while I say this. We just dinged. Okay, level 8. Huge level. Right? Probably new spells. I'm a shaman. I'm a caster. I went and bought nothing. I'm on an adventure. I'm on a walkabout. I'm out here in the desert, you know? Wolf style. Doesn't dance like wolves. Well, I could dance with the wolves. Um anyway, we will keep it going, right? 7:36 a.m. on Sunday, right? Smack dab in the beginning of this. We're just getting started. So, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. We just cleared this Derv camp. What's next? Next Derv camp, I bet. Anyways, I'm glad you guys are here. Your tunes are stuck at 10 and 15. Singing is dinging. Yeah, yeah. I know, it's one of those words that autocorrect just, it doesn't understand. What do you mean dinging? Ringing? Singing? Maybe blinging? Uh, dinging? I don't know. I think my autocorrect is full of EverQuest terms by now. Anyway, we're just getting started over here. Question of the day coming soon. It'll be a good one, I promise. All right. Get back to Gawk. We're a little higher level. That was easy. Thanks to buffs, right? Big shout out Lemon Song carrying us with the damage shield, the pulls. I was barely paying attention. You know, I've been reading stuff. I might play some more Dungeon Crawler this week. Thinking another Tony Hawk stream on Tuesday. I practiced a little every night. Every night I do a couple runs, and honestly, it's coming back to me. I was playing a little too tight, you know what I mean? Like now I'm a little more relaxed. The tricks are, you know, I'm landing them. And next thing you know, I'm going to be stringing big combos together again. You know, it's just like riding a bike. If the bike had twice as many wheels and a wooden board instead of a, you know, metal frame. Because it's a skateboard. Get it? Anyway, it's, I haven't played any new levels, right? I limited my nightly runs to the ones that I'd already unlocked on stream, so that you know the first runs could be like authentic Tony Hawk forklift operator. That would be awesome. Speaking of forklift operator, I got to get back to that. I only have a few achievements to go. Right, I need to 100% complete. What's it called? The second warehouse and the third warehouse. I did the first warehouse, and by 100% complete, they want you to get the time goal and the damage requirement. Right, you can't damage over a certain amount of things slash collide with. You know, what I mean, they got pretty limiting numbers there, right? They want you to do it fast and safely. And if you do that, right, for all of them in the whole warehouse, then you get that achievement. I did it for the first warehouse. But yeah, there's 3 warehouses. Numbers 2 and 3 still to go. The first time I played through, I was just going for completion, right? I didn't care if I got the bonus for not damaging. I didn't care if I got the bonus for speed. That was my first playthrough, right? Just clear it. Beat it, cleared it, no problem. And then I started doing certain levels for speed, but I still didn't really care if I was doing it accurately, as long as it was fast. And sometimes, you know, it would happen to be accurate while I was fast, and I would 100% that task by accident, basically. But other times, didn't get XP for that. Oh, what happened? Oh, maybe I did get XP. Anyways, last time I played Forklift Simulator on stream, I went for the 100% on the first. I just had to do them level by level because it doesn't tell you what you completed and what you didn't complete. Just you don't have the achievement yet, so you know you didn't complete them all. So I just started where I thought I needed to start, and I was right, you know. Just a couple in that first warehouse to 100%, and then I moved on. Second warehouse, I would be very surprised if I 100%ed any of the tasks in the second warehouse because I haven't really replayed the second warehouse. All my speedrun attempts were in the first warehouse, so you know it was more likely that I 100%ed those because I played them a lot and I did them fast. Anyways, I'm yapping. What else is new? Talk about EQ. EQ, I uploaded a new TikTok last night. It was from yesterday, fresh combat Saturday morning, and it wasn't super exciting because the guy only tried to gate, but you know, at least he's not AFK, right? I got to take what I can get right now. Um, the kills I've been able to get this past couple weeks have been like people not moving, you know, even if they're at the keyboard, they're not trying to give me the good content. This guy really was didn't want to die, so it was good stuff, I think. But I got another video coming, but it doesn't end in a kill shot. But it was actually good action. I think I'm just gonna like upload like scufflage, just to you know, because even if nobody died, it was still like really good. You know, just good back and forth, kind of like close calls, just lots of stuff. It was only close because I ran out of arrows. Right, if I had more arrows, it would have been a blowout. But all good. Preparation's everything in this game. You know, my warrior's been very unprepared. Ran out of sal pots, ran out of hummuses, ran out of arrows, probably out of bandages, and you know, probably low on food if I had to guess. This is what it is. All right, I would say we push to spiders first. Squires like spider, squire, realist, idealist in that order, and then scryer, and then maybe warden. Right, if I had to call the path in order. It's not like a linear path. You kind of got to backtrack and snake back to the west, right? Right, is that west? Are we facing north right now? We're facing north. Check sun. I never check sense heading in Gaka. Oh boy, my sense heading is like not good. Zilkaril, there you are. Now we can start. How you doing? Let's get started over here. I just read the whole P99 agreement and I just skimmed the whole Daybreak lawyer response to THJ's response. You know, they're going back and forth. I skimmed that one though. It was 15 pages, including table of contents, and it's pretty dry, right? A lot of cited, uh, you know, precedents over there. Long story short, Daybreak didn't forget about the money. You know, THJ lawyers might have forgot to mention it in their filings, but Daybreak sure did not forget about it. And they kind of roast them over the fire. It's brutal. I feel bad for Rogan and Seekers getting doxxed because, I mean, they're semi-public figures. I would say. I don't think it's any news what their names were, but I know what you mean. That's court filings for you. The agreement is, as I called it, very lenient. You know what I mean? Like they are super generous to P99. all those years ago, a decade ago. You know what I mean? Like P99 is in a great position to thrive. You know, as long as your definition of thrive does not have a dollar sign anywhere in it. You know what I mean? Rogan does a lot. Oh, I'm fully immersed. All these things have come up on you know, over the years, I feel like. Rocks. Right. The P99 agreement lets them do so much that they're not, you know, they haven't really taken advantage of that agreement much at all, as far as they could be having servers that go all the way to depths of Dark Hollow right now. Um, that blew my mind, honestly. That completely blew my mind. I thought they were limited to stop at Velius. I just dinged. Ding level 9. Let's celebrate. Let's do a clap. I haven't clapped all morning. Yay, I love that one. Let's do it one more time. Hold on, let me get a better view. Type request, baby. Alright, /clap. There it is. Alright. Everybody that's here right now, I'm so glad you're here. Hey you, yes you, are you ready to answer a question of the day in about 9.5 minutes, thereabouts approximately? I hope you are. And I gotta thank you. You know, if you're here right now, you're here early because we're just getting started, right? It's like not even 8 a.m. So that means we have 5 more hours, literally over 5 hours. So I'm excited. I can't wait. This is my favorite day of the week. Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, number 32. And you're here right now live. Unless you're watching on YouTube, in which case, hey, thanks for watching on YouTube. But if you're here live, what's up? It's the only place and time to answer the question of the day, really, is during the live stream. I guess you could answer it in the YouTube comment section. I would, you know what? In fact, I would love that. If you're watching this not on August 10th, 2025, please, when the question of the day comes, I gotta know. I gotta know. Anyway, 11:51 p.m. for you. KH fan, I'm glad you've been lurking. You know, appreciate that. Really do. It means a lot to me. Ding level 9. I started this guy level 1. And I think we can go so much further. So much further. The rest of the crew's kind of AFK right now. I'm not pulling spiders. AFK. I'll pull Crocs with them AFK. Zipping it back. Zip it back to the group. Oh, got about half a mug of coffee left, and that's it. I'll have to switch to water. I feel like I got very caffeinated very quickly this morning. Gonna be you know what I mean? Like, uh, levitating, vibrating, something. I'm doing a shaman. It's true. It had to happen. You know, it's about time. It's about time. But maybe my enemies will think I'm a Shadow Knight just because it's me. You know, and then I'll surprise them. Surprise them with a dot. I'm running to the zone line. I don't tell my group anything. They'll figure it out. You know, there's no communication between me and them really right now. It's nothing personal. It's just they know. They're watching the stream too. So there is communication. It's just when Luckland drops, I get to play Troll Beast Lord. That's so true. I might have to zone for real. Too strong. Get out of here before I lose all my buffs. Chewy, Shaman Chewy, yeah, not a bad idea. Then they'd really be confused about this shadow. They'd definitely, they'd be like, it stands for Shadow Knight Chewy, obviously. Yeah, them Spideys. Spideys are tough. Couple of red commons. Maybe they kind of split. Let's see. There's a single, perhaps, right? Depends how far. Oh, no, they're together. Come to Squire. Alright, fine. Yeah, once we cross the circle bridge, it will be plenty of frogs. Can't Z target those, and I don't feel like clicking to target them. So I'll just fight this one. They're like in the wall, according to targeting. Anyway, I should probably make a trip to Grob at some point. Buy literally any spells or skills, you know? You rarely even go to Guk? Hey, Guk's a great place. You know I love it. I have a lot of fun here. I just like the layout. I like the design. I like the flavor. I like just everything. Wonderful. Wonderful zone. Wonderful pair of zones. Oh, shit. Big stun. I'll play it safe and just kind of kite a little bit. EQ was the most harmonious when LDO1 was fresh. You miss those dungeons and working to earn the special coins for gear. Yeah, dude, LDON, like, it got a lot of hate, but it was great. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people really spoke ill of it, and I could see it being the end of PvP item loot, right? Because now you can make anything no drop. And it kind of, you know, I mean, it irreparably changed the game for item loot. Sure, I get that. But as a bluebie, I was a bluebie back then. I loved LDONs. I love to grind, and I like you know, I like doing runs, like you know, like procedurally generated EQ. Like it was, you know, they were really onto something with that. Maybe the gear didn't stand the test of time very well. You know, that was a problem. A lot of work for very little payoff in the scheme of things, but it was cool. It's different. LDON ruined it. Ralisec, Fire trying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know. By the way, talking about THJ. If Daybreak shuts them down, you won't even go live. You'll just go full P99 requirement. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like Daybreak ends up looking like a villain to some people, no matter how it goes down. But honestly, I feel like THJ's lawyers painted THJ in a real bad light with their finger pointing. But that's just me. Oh, I got a visible hat. Can't wait. Can't wait to put that on. Saw a crack staff over here. Where'd it go? Big money. Big money crack staff. Let's go. Switch out the hat. Oh shit, you know what? We could do freaking pets. Right? Casual player could log on, do an instance or two, and feel good about, you know, before logging off. Exactly. It's just, I like that you would just go to the camp, you know, find a group, and go. There's no real. There's a lot of bullshit involved with, you know, getting a group started in EQ in that era. You know, the world was getting bigger and bigger, and yeah, plane of knowledge tied it together real nicely for traveling. But you know, there's still, especially you wanted to go somewhere in Omens or Gates or whatever. You got a lot of friggin' hoofing it to do. LDONs, sweet. Go to the camp, and you know, you can transport between the camp so easily. Like, okay, nobody's doing the one up in Everfrost. Let me go to the one in the desert. You just tell the whatever they were, and they just zone you right over. Find a group over there. Sweaty, the outdoor raid Boston Wower. Yeah, I wasn't there. I don't remember. Sorry. LFG at Orc Hill. I know that's classic, classic. Um, Having to talk to the people in your zone. Oh no, I'm blinded. I can't cross the bridge blind. Getting freaking railed on over here. Okay. It was a little spooky. I closed my eyes in real life when I got blinded there because what good are they? Do nothing for me right there. Um, have any other games ever handled blind the same way EverQuest did? I feel like every other game will leave the HUD for you. You know what I mean? You can't see, or maybe you even can. Sometimes you get blinded in a game and it like makes your vision a little impaired. You know what I mean? You could still see. You could still tell. But this game going full black like that, amazing. Um, you won't go live, not because your feelings towards Daybreak. To Daybreak's fine. It's that live EQ, hard to progress. Couldn't get a group, can't do anything. Very slowly level up. You feel like on the emus you can progress better. I can see that. You know what I mean? Like it's a top heavy thing. Retail EQ is. The people who are playing retail, let's face it, they're most likely still playing retail, right? They didn't like recently come to retail and start playing a game. For by and large, it's people who started and kept. I would I would think, right? I don't have that data, but that's what I'm thinking. So it's top heavy. You know, they have established guilds and play groups, and you know they're friends. And if you're a new outsider, yeah, might be tough to break into that world. Definitely slow to break into that world if you're doing everything on your own. TLPs are nothing but chrono farmers. Yeah, yeah. It is what it is, you know? That's why it was kind of a nice little thing, different blessing come to the emulator and almost relive the way it used to be as best as we can. Anyways. Oh shit. 8 a.m. Question of the day. That time. What's your favorite class in EverQuest? Simplest question of the day I've ever asked. You know? What's your favorite? Not what's the best, not what's the most powerful, but what's your favorite? And why? Nickelback, you say shaman? Hey, this is my first shaman. I'm not playing it very shaman-like yet, though. I'm playing it more like a uh, warrior, right? Can't even say like a Shadow Knight, because Shadow Knight has harm touch. Bardotron says warrior, like a warrior, but more worry. Monk or Necro for you? You must like to feign death, KH fan. That's about all they have in common. I guess they can both be Ixar too. Or Ixar, you know? They can both be human. Human monk, human necro, Ixar monk, Ixar necro. Gotta be bard for you. Did the coolest and dumbest shit as a bard. Feel like you activate GM mode sometimes. It's like such a broken class, bard. I never really play. I can't say I never played a bard because I had a pocket bard on retail. Right, once you were allowed to. I shouldn't say allowed. Once they did slash melody, once they had bandoliers, I had a bard. I even got his epic, and I would, have him slash follow and slash melody a bunch of songs. That does not count. I did not play a bard, right? I played a bard here, and I was hooked. I loved it. It might be my favorite too, but I think I got to go with the obvious for me is Shadow Knight. It's just such a, you know what I mean? It might not be the jack of all trades bard is, and I would definitely argue that Bard is more powerful, but I love Shadow Knight. So good. You think Shadow Knight, they're so busted for a melee? Yeah, Zilkril. Nickelback, you love how versatile Shaman is, can solo well, and it's wanted for groups. Balancing HP and mana is fun. Torpor and Slow lets you take down dragons and other endgame stuff solo. Yeah, I mean, I've never done it yet. This is huge day because here we are, level 9 Shaman. I gotta go pick up some spells. Rename HT button the Praz Chewy button. That's a great idea. It's clobbering time. It felt really good to harm touch that druid out in Timorous Deep yesterday. I uploaded the TikTok. It's on Facebook, it's on TikTok. I'll upload it on Instagram today too before I forget. I'm trying to remember to use Instagram. Sow time. Hey, I'm taking a stand, okay? Spirit of Wolf rhymes with World of Warcraft, okay? Think about it. Think about it. Spirit of Wolf rhymes with World of Warcraft. By that I mean Sow. Okay? Just like WoW. Sow. People like to say it's other ways of pronouncing it. And I've heard you say it, you know? I will agree with there are other ways some people pronounce it, but I'm saying for me, it's Sow. And that's why, right? That's my reason. Sow rhymes with wow. I've always said Sow, and I will to continue to always say Sow. And it's maybe a hot take, right? I might be outnumbered on this one, and I don't have the benefit of, developer confirmation that I'm right, like I do with Lucklin, right? Pronounced Lucklin, not Looselin or any of the, you know what I mean? It's Lucklin, confirmed by the developers. That's canon. That's official. I'm right, but Spirit of Wolf, it's a little more ambiguous. It's a little more up to your own interpretation. But I told you my reason. You say the same as me as well. Then I think you're right too, KH fan. Right? We're the right ones on that one, but I feel like it's more opinion. You can't hear me? Yeah, it must be just you. My mic is definitely on. Can anybody else not hear me? Anybody having trouble? Same developers that misspell words all the time. The dude. Listen. I also can't spell. So yes, those developers. I sound fine. Good, good. You call it like Looselin. I made that. Some people might think it's AI just because in the EQ Facebook groups AI is so prevalent right now, but I didn't ask AI to generate it. I did it the old-fashioned way with photo editing. I found a picture of some knuckles and I added Luck Lynn to the nut. Right, I'm taking a stance. The only opinion that really matters is Brad's. How did Brad say Spirit of Wolf? Did he ever abbreviate it out loud? What about the other guy, John Smedley? Right? What if? How did Smedley say it? What's Brad's opinion on Luckland models? I mean, I don't know. Question. Smedley left before Luckland, so Spirit of Wolf existed. I thought we were talking about Spirit of Wolf right now. John Smelly. Spirit of Wolf is classic, so I want to, you know what I mean? I'd take a Smedley opinion on Spirit of Wolf too, but if he's wrong, then we'll have to agree to disagree. Just like, I still say it's GIF, right? I don't care what the creator says it is, you know? I say GIF because it's not a graphical interface. You know what I mean? It's graphic interface format. Is that what it stands for? File format. Either way, it's graphic is the G, right? Not graphic with a J. So why would it be GIF? You know? I don't know. I agree to disagree on that one, but I will acknowledge that the creator has an opinion. Anyway, you've heard enough. Right. Graphic doesn't make a GIF sound either way. Yeah, but it makes good, makes it good. Let's get out of here. This was too hard of a pull. All right. Boogie lived. I lived. Fecal Feast lived. Oblivia lived. Anybody who's praying on our downfall, we're gonna have to keep praying because we won't be stopped. It was on your end. Okay, good. I'm glad. I had a feeling because other people said they could hear me. Congrats on 11. How am I on equipment? Oh, why am I hiding? I took off slash roleplay. Say all the letters GIF. It's a GIF file. I mean, that's my answer before I finally just committed to taking a stance and saying Spirit of Wolf rhymes with World of Warcraft. My previous solution was just to say Spirit of Wolf, right? Nobody can give me any grief about it if I just don't abbreviate it, right? I can type the letters, but if I say it out loud, I just say the whole word, right? That was my solution. But no, Sal, Sal, I'm standing by it. If you can't watch me anymore because of that, I guess it just wasn't meant to be. But hopefully, we can get over our differences and you can enjoy some EverQuest with me every Sunday, every Thursday, and occasionally catch me on a Tuesday playing something else. Right? That's my hope. That's my dream, Anyways, question of the day. What's your favorite class in EverQuest? Let me update the stream title to have that there. Because I want people to answer. I gotta know, you could say. Question of the day. Every Sunday we do that. Does that make it question of the week? I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. I don't know. Magician as an adult, Pally as a kid. So your tastes have changed. Necro seems popular. Necros are great. They're so fun. You know what I mean? You can, anything that you can keep yourself entertained. You don't need. You're not at the mercy of you know, your friends' schedules. Great. You know, I think my favorite Shadow Knight is my favorite. Big part of that because I can solo. You know, as an early morning EQ enjoyer, I didn't always have, you know, the benefit of having my friends around to group with. Nowadays, I do. I'm very blessed. You know, they've been getting up early with me. Shout out to all the flowers up right now and all you guys watching right now. You know, it's early. It's still early. Um, that being said, I spent a lot of time soloing in those early hours in previous years and months. All right, this freaking guy. Let's kill him. Sick of this guy. Back from the ads. Welcome back. Captain Lungwhistle says Necro. That's an easy answer. Necro's really fun. They can do, you know, all the things that I like about Shadow Knight. The mobility. They have all that and more because they can gate and they can even cast that self evac, right? It's Roscoe Jenkins. What's your favorite class in EQ? I had to keep the question of the day simple this week, right? There's only 20 something more Sunday Swamptacular Splashfests this year. So you know, I mean, I can't let the year end without getting some of these really basic questions out of the way, right? Favorite EQ class. I feel like it doesn't get more, you know, question of the day coded than that. I said Shadow Knight. Love it. Love it. Level 10. I will admit, I think I would say Warrior if we still had instant cast Dispel options on this server, right? Without the instant cast Dispel, you can't channel, you know? Can't channel Pumice, can't channel a Wand, can't Dispel in combat. You know, in the heat of the moment with enough melee damage on you, you're not channeling, you know, as a Warrior. So that's my only gripe with Warrior. So Shadow Knight's like a Warrior that can channel and cast spells. And Harm Touch? Love it. Love it. Anyway, ding 10. I still haven't bought any spells. Probably about time we go do that. My casting skills are going to be so lacked. But we dance, we cheer, we say, hey, you, yes, you. We're just getting started over here. What's your answer to the question of the day? I got to know. What's your favorite class in EQ? And I hope you're enjoying. I hope that you've hit that follow button if you haven't already followed yet. And I really hope that you join the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord, it's the place to be. What are you waiting for? Hop on in the water's fine. Let's see. Can I copy and paste a link into the chat? Can somebody test this link for me and let me know if this is still good? Ryan for Zach. Hey, does this link still work or is it expired? Do I gotta freshen it up? Consider this your personal invitation. What are you waiting for? Come on down. It's the place to be. I'm trying to get all EQ enjoyers in there. You know, if you enjoy EQ, you'll be right at home. Anyway, ding 10, crazy. Link works. Thank you, thank you. Good to know. Excellent. Ratwell, good morning. We're just getting started out here. You saw the question of the day. It's an important one. It's a basic one. It's just I gotta know. Simply put. Got Stargate in the house. Good to see. Anyways, 10 levels. Celebrated each one. Even the ding level 2. Got a little dance for. Out here slaughtering in that awkward level. I was just saying, like, high teens. You're like too high for the swamp unless you find the right stuff. I'm not even high teens yet. I'm level 10. I'm already dried up over here. All your level 12 spells are so far away. I mean, got Blue Con Snake on the way. You don't have a Necron P99? Oh yeah, everyone will tell you to make an XR, right? It's just good math. Regen plus Lich equals 3 mana, basically. And that's good. Everybody likes free mana, but there's no wrong answer, especially because endgame EQ, I say it all the time, it's all about that fashion quest, you know? You're the one who has to look at your tune day in and day out. So, you know, if you don't like the look of Ixar, don't put up with it just for a little regen. But if you like the look of Ixar, by all means. But if you like the look of Dark Elf, I think Dark Elves look pretty good. That's not a Necro, but it's a Dark Elf. Good. Humans, they're rare. You know what I mean? You want to dare to be different? Play a human, and you're going to stand out. There's no wrong answer. There's no wrong way to enjoy EQ. Anyways, we're just going to start over. All right, I'm back. Sorry. What I miss? What I miss? Doesn't look like I missed much. Might have some repops inside. Ooh, need that. I don't, but somebody does. When do I buy my spells? That's the real question. Oh yeah, running around while clicking stuff is absolutely ridiculous. Oh what? I forgot that Stargate was on the way to come see us, huh? I should probably just hang out for a minute. It'll be worth it. Get Sal at some point, yeah. Definitely should. I should be swimming too. If I'm just like chilling, splash around. Swamptacular Splashfest 2025 in effect. We're in the swamp. And it's number 32. It's live. Always, right? This thing's always live. And if you're watching it not live, I appreciate that. But if you're watching it live, then you're in the perfect position, right? You have the opportunity to answer the question of the day right now, and I'll read it out loud. What's your favorite class? Drowsy, Gate, Summon Food and Drink. Yeah, those are big ones. I'm surprised I still have a little start in Food and Drink. There's Stargate. Woohoo! Oh yeah, the guy in the hand has the dots. You're right. You're right. There's an early level one up there. I should totally like, sell my crack staff and pick it up. Ooh, I love this stuff. Sorry, netted cap. Thank you. This can go in the bag. Nice. Oh yeah. Thank you. Feeling real good now. I'm dropping some cloth stuff for the homies. Another wrist. I really can't wear the PKT? I can. Oh, secondary. Wow, I thought that was. Noble Crest getting destroyed. A Lodi, I got a Lodi. Alright. Thank you. Feeling feeling powerful. Play Stargaze. There's a level 3 shaman in the zone. What's up? Trazrum. Alright, let me buy these spells. 10 levels without spells is too much for a caster. Right? Just because I can continue to just melee doesn't mean I should. Because my skills are going to lack. I'm going to fall behind in the skill ups. I have 90 wisdom. That's better than what it was at, right? Thanks to stuff like that's not wisdom. Stuff like this. I have 5 wisdom there. Like gold. About it for the wisdom. You know? Take what I can get. Appreciate it. Yeah, level 3 guys out here somewhere. Cool. It's good to see people. Even you run back to Rivervale at level 9. Yeah, I mean, you can't fall too far behind. You're only hurting yourself and your friends, right? If I don't have this ability to cast Sal, and we run into a situation, right? PvP server. If we run into a PvP situation where, you know, Anytime Sal is good. Sal will always beat no Sal. So, I'd be letting everybody down if I just didn't have Sal. Hopefully I can afford it.
It's showtime.
Right, sure is. Alright, summon food and drink. 1 gold. That's very affordable. Eat. 4 gold. Worth it. Summon drink. Essential. Get these mend. Quick. Without further ado. I gotta find Spirit of Wolf. And see if we can afford it. Spirit of Wolf. 5 plat. Yeesh. I don't got none of that. I don't think anyway. Let me check the bank. Yeah. It would have been smart if I moved over a little bit. A little bitty bit. This will sell. Cured Tiznak gloves. They're like cool, but like Spirit of Wolf would be cooler. 5 plat. It's meant to be. Let's sell to the same vendor. The gloves themselves, they're not bad. 9 armor class, 8 save fire, 8 save cold. Not bad. I was going to use them once I returned these haste gloves to their rightful owner, one of my Shadow Knights. I won't tell you which one, Assume they're all fully geared, okay? Or pay the price. Spirit of Wolf acquired. What else was I supposed to buy? Somebody gave me a list. I'm scrolling back up. Drowsy and summon food. That's the only one I didn't get. See if I can afford them, but I had to prioritize. I got Spirit of Wolf. Needed it. Sure, poison. Not bad. Drowsy. 6 gold, sure. Dexterous aura. Feet like cat. Fleeting fury. Bind Affinity would be probably pretty good. Can't buy that because I'm full. Maybe I can afford a backpack. Shrink is 10 plat level 19. Root is level 14 coming up. Seven plat for that one. Alright. I got the essentials, I guess. And I got gate. That was a question of the day. They were talking about ogre bards in group chat, and Captain Long Whistle just brought up that was a question of the day. We were talking about what combination, what would break the game, or no, just what do you wish it could be? I think a lot of people wish to break the game. Right? Stuff like ogre bard would be hilarious, and oh my god, too powerful. Imagine though. All right. Ogre illusion mask. So the thing about illusions is a lot of them don't actually give you the racial innate. For some reason, troll illusion gives you a little regen. I'm not complaining. I just wonder why XR illusion does not do the same. Stuff like that. They recently found out that there was an ogre illusion mask for bards and POM, but a typo broke the recipe. Really? Really? So, would fixing that typo constitute altering copywritten code on the server side or whatever? Or would that be a classic? Um, I guess the lawyers would have to speak to the lawyers. You'd have to have their people call their people, find out. It makes me sad about the lack of cloak of crystalline waters can't be blue. Basically, right? That would be custom content in an unclassic way that is specifically forbidden, unfortunately. As much as I've, said that's all I want. Further proof that someone was on drugs while designing POM. Yeah, I mean, like, gestures wildly, right? There's a lot of a lot of proof going on in there, but I've only really ever experienced POM as a Twitch viewer. I've never set foot in the game to that zone ever, ever. And I'd only heard about it from Tree Rat until watching it on Twitch. When I played EQ, it never came up. You know what I mean? Nobody on my server cared about it. It seemed, it's just wasn't a thing anybody talked about. It's like a PvP centric zone, kinda. It's those the clickies. Anyway, I found everybody. They're in Guck. Don't know where in Guck they are. Oop, not that way. I just had to add one more thing, Fighting a yellow con plus. Oh god, it's training too. A yellow con plus a red con, and now we got a frog train. Not good. Maybe if I had memorized a spell, I could cast a spell right now. Yeah, I'll quit while I'm ahead on this fight. If it was just two spiders, it would have been a tough fight. But two spiders plus three frogs, that ain't good. But yeah, question of the day. If you haven't answered it yet, I gotta know. I must. What's your favorite class in EQ? One spider, it looks like. Perfect. Oh shit. Perfect except that stun. Mossy G, you say monk? Hey, solid answer. It's pure. It's such a pure class. I think the highest level I've ever gotten a monk is probably about level 10 or something like that, but I have fun doing it. And I definitely respect their power. Fought some really tough monks in my day. You have a soft spot for cleric or pally. Cleric is like honestly a really fun class. I first learned that on retail, right? My sister had made a cleric, and she wasn't as active, so I started, she would let me use her cleric sometimes. And I would, you know, as a warrior main with access to a second account that's a cleric, obviously I'm healing myself and I'm playing the warrior, right? And that was good. I was able to do a lot. But one day I found out that the cleric was straight up better as a tank. The warrior, like I stopped playing the warrior as much. Started soloing with the cleric instead because it's just that much more powerful. And retail EQ in the era I was in with the cleric with that kind of gear, it just had so many options, and the spells were just broken. You could stack like this kind of self reverse damage shield or something like that, or I forget exactly how it works. It was like a self buff that gave you a proc that was a huge heal, and you'd use like a rocking weapon, and then you would like reverse damage shield yourself or something like that. Whatever it was just crazy. Pull a whole zone and kill a whole zone of stuff. My warrior would like struggle to kill one thing in like plane of disease or something like that. Meanwhile, the cleric could kill plane of disease in one pull. It was not even fair. Anyway, cleric's cool. Don't sleep on clerics. They only get stronger as the years go on. Is what I'm getting at. Um, anyway, the warrior. I never got to live that dream of page quaking. Right? They patched that before I ever heard of it. Where you use the Earth Shaker plus Rampage, and you could kill a whole zone of stuff like that. But they patched that. They never patched cleric, to my knowledge. Right? That was like totally approved. All right, I'm gonna mem these spells now. Better late than never. Oh, never mind. Gotta kill this froglock first, and then mend these spells, and then that frog. Redcon frog. So far, so good on just standing here and tanking it. Between the buffs, the gear, the hymn of restoration. It all adds up. You like Pally? They have cool swords. Do you need another reason after that? No, it's perfectly valid reason. Cool swords. They do. It's you opened my eyes to that. The true arsenal available to Pallies. It's as a Shadow Knight, I'm a little jealous. I thought we had similar weapon choices, but it's like the list of Shadow Knight weapons ends, and the list of Pally weapons goes on and on and on, and they're all, what I mean, they all got their uses. Kind of cool, kind of really cool. Ishiwatara, you say Shadow Knight followed by Beast Lords, both XR, of course. Oh man, imagine if we got Beast Lord on the server. I could sow. Let's come outside. I'll sow you. It'd be my first Spirit of Wolf recipient. Big day. Real big sow hours. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna stand on business. You know? You're not clocking that I'm standing on business right now. It's Spirit of Wolf rhymes with World of Warcraft. Okay? I'm gonna sow everybody. I'm starting to like Shaman, you know? Couple sows go around. There's a level 3 Shaman in the zone. When he gets in level range, we're gonna give him an opportunity to, you know, be the aggressor. We'll see, you know what I mean? See how he does. See how he acts. I don't think I'm gonna be the aggressor today. Feeling very friendly. Especially to that, you know, a young troll coming up in the swamp. Feeling very friendly. If it was like some, you know, stinky ogre come over from the Firot, I might not be so friendly, but you know, I got love for my troll brethren. Circle bridge, I fell off. Took it a little fast. Trying to like zoom it. Alright, even con caster. And I'll take it back across circle bridge. I would love to kill spiders. Spiders are like decent coin. And you know what I mean? It's pretty simple pulls. Nothing. If you can kill one room of spiders, you can kill all the rooms of spiders, with the exception of the named room. That one's obviously harder, but you know, I'd love to kill that especially for fun. You know, for the giggles of it all. Yellow con spider by itself, right? From split now. Perfect. You could say we're just getting started because we are. Only, you know, about a third into the stream. 33% approximately. Further along into level 10 than that. Huh? And it's flying. I'm not stopping, I'm not slowing down. I want to hit like the highest level possible today for the shaman. The highest level I can manage. I will accept nothing less. Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm gonna memorize root. Did I not buy root? I looked at it. Oh well. No root. Pull one with a slow. A resisted slow, just as good. Oh, root was level 14. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad I didn't just forget to do it. Appreciate that, Raybirth. Or as we say around here on Red 99, thank you for notifying me of that. Anybody remember that? Classic. Oh boy. Alright, let me take a quick little swim. I don't have great swimming skill. Take a real quick little swim here. Really quick. Escape this, escape justice over here. Ugh, caster. Ugh, I got stunned, Dad. I gotta go. I was trying to be like real, you know what I mean? I was trying to be a tough guy. I was trying to hang out in the pocket there, but I don't want to lose my buffs. Not worth it. Yeah, it was a little close. It's too many. I'm not even sitting. Who is this standing troll standing above me? Because to me, I was sitting, and there's a standing troll. It is me. I'm the standing troll. I wasn't sitting at all. Funny. Anyways, I have like more of an HP pool now. It's not 2 ticks to full. Okay. Still very little downtime in the scheme of things. Got wrists and gloves on this frog over here. On this pair of frogs. I'm in it for the meat. Anyway, be right back when I got a little more HP. Keep an eye on my Shadow Knight, or my Shadow Knight. Keep an eye on my Shaman for me, please, okay? Make sure nothing happens. It's the PvP server after all. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. Let's get back to it. Full HP. Should I hand out these potions? I feel like if I wait any longer, they're not going to be any good. Not any good, but we're going to be past the point where they're useful, which is what I did last time. Anybody wants to get in on this? If you're around level 10, it's going to be a perfect opportunity because we're going to be taking off like a rocket ship. Hopefully, right? Ideally. Whatever you do, don't zone. On Poppy's pets. Pop these pets. Still strong, even with no torch. We're talking about, should we go get torches first? Or should we, Seems good, let's do it. Alright, you guys familiar with, have you met my pet Jen? This is Jen, my pet. I've never seen this pet name. Hilarious. Anyway, have you met? Let's make a pet attack button. Actually, it doesn't even matter because if I zone, I lose the pet. Either way. So let's use these buttons. Right, these buttons only work until you zone, and then you gotta like make new buttons anyway. So, whatever. Temporary buttons for a temporary pet. Everybody got their pets up. Let's just crawl around with them as far as we can, and then we'll crawl back, and then we'll crawl back again, and go a little further maybe, and hopefully our pets live, and everything's all freaking happy. Oh my god, this is good. This is gonna be fun. We just gotta make sure not to go too far. Right? If we go too far, we lose all our pets. Rats on 12. Let's look for meats. Okay. That was easy. Next room, this is a hard room. Red Con, Witch Doctor. Like best of both worlds right now, though, right? You can cast slow with Mage Pet. Broken. Anyway, it's an item from Upper Guck. Pretty rare drop. And single use, right? So we just use 3 single use items for this ding, but hopefully more to come. Calling it a good usage so far. Alright. We just gotta be careful because the next room is I think way too tough. We gotta go back towards spiders. We gotta dance, right? This room's more, the next room's more like the named room of the spiders. So that's like a whole tier up. Let's go back. Dance, we're gonna cheer. We're gonna wave. We're gonna pan around so you can see all our pets, right? Enjoy this. Enjoy these pets while they last. Because it's temporary. You know, until we zone or until they die or until we die, we got these pets. Hey, ding 11. Let's keep it going. Grabbing all the meats I see. Gotta make a hide corpse looted button. The big HCL, you know? Usually the first hotkey I end up making. And then you gotta, it's two sides of the same coin, right? You gotta show again. Just in case you skip something. I always make both. Ugh, ugly color. Unreadable color. Just freaking make it green. Whatever. Make it. Now we're hiding corpse. Anyways, how's everybody doing this morning? If you're just joining us, it's you know, it's a guck thing. It really is. Really doing it. And pull my pet back. Zabobab, Jen, and Zabarab. Zabobab, Zabarab, and Jen. What a team. Ooh, upgrade pants for me. Thanks. Thanks, frogs. All right. Let's keep on this side of the bridge for now. Let's go back the other way. Ixar Necro. Do it up. Do it up, KH fan. I think that's a great choice. I think you're gonna have a lot of fun. Hunark, like the Kabbalist starting quests and starting area is like amazing. It's like unfair. Like I had a lot of, I don't want to say ill will towards Ixars, but I was jealous, straight up. You know what I mean? Like just knowing that they had all these valuable quests and like progressive quest lines, and I didn't. As a, you know what I mean? As a troll, that was hurt my feelings. But you know, can't beat him. Join him. Almost too easy with the pet. I'm not pulling the name drum yet, though. Finally casting a couple spells here. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Stay back here. Stay back here. Let's not pull that other room. Oh no, somebody's pet died. Saw a dead pet. Jen's okay, though. That hurts our DPS a little bit. Okay, not the end of the world. We still got a couple pets. Keeping an eye on Jen over here. Oof. Jen. Tough run, tough break. Still got two out of 3 pets. A solid showing. Almost level 12. You don't have your best DD spell. Yeah, I think we're all probably going to be low on spell money for the next. This room, way too hard. Large heart spider is the worst. Ah, ended up in the low ceiling part. Drowsy world. I think Jen's okay. Hang in there, Jen. Good stuff. Oh!
Silky_lobster subscribe to your channel for 15 months.
Hey, Silky_lobster. Thank you for that. I just call you Silky Lobster. Is that okay? I know the read out loud has its own ideas sometimes. How you doing, Silky Lobster? Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. With your support, I'm gonna continue. I make this vow to continue Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest all 2025, every Sunday, like clockwork. Thursday rise and grind. So you know what I mean. Every 6 a.m. on a Thursday, I'll be here, and the new day of the week is called Tuesday, and I'm gonna fit that in. It's gonna be early in the week. It's gonna be a Tuesday or a Wednesday. I'll let everybody know on the Discord. Most likely Tuesday. That's the default. If I gotta push it to the Wednesday, I'll let you know. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Really do. How are you doing this morning? Great to see you. We're trying to creep through this zone a little bit. It's a tough area, but beyond this spot, really tough. You're doing okay. Good to hear. Glad to hear. Focus this witch doctor first. So far, so good, right? We got 2 pets still? Yes. Pretty dinged level 11. From 1 to 11 so far this stream. And 12 is right around the corner. Power of friendship, right? We got Captain Lung Whistle. We got Bardotron. Of course, me, Big League Chewy, on Cybow over here. Uh-oh. Ooh, no. No. No red con shamans. Yes, even in yellow con crocs. That is more like it. We're doing this. Isn't there another croc? Did I not pull both? I guess one at a time's fine, but I thought I pulled both. Ding, 12! Well, without much further ado, it's time to dance again. I feel like I was just dancing. Saibao is diabolical? Oh, you don't even know. You don't even know how diabolical Saibao is. This troll is absolutely gonna be getting used, you know? We're gonna see this guy. Salute. I wave. Dance, right? This is for level 12. We're dancing for level 12, right? One more dance for the levels beyond, right? 11 and below. We dance you goodbye, right? And we salute the future, right? Level 13 is next. Level 12 is now. If you thought we couldn't do it, slash rude, right? You're hating on flowers, slash rude. If you're quietly hating, listen. You thought I didn't know? You're quietly hating? That's a close-up slash rude for you. Anyways, let's get to it. Let's get back to it. Next level. None of those things. I feel like we got a better chance fighting a redcon large spider, which is the worst, right? It's the strongest spider pop large spider. It's not the named. The named is giant spider. Large spider's harder. This is like worst case scenario in this room. I'd rather do that than go down that ramp. That ramp is the difficulty ramps. You know what I mean? All right. I ask if they're ready, but I don't give much time for response. This is classic. I landed a slow. One's tanking a spider all by himself. 1:12 a.m. for you. So is it Monday now? Is that how that works? I feel like I ask you this every time because I'm always curious. Or is it just turned Sunday? Pets lived. Crucial. Like I said, that was the worst case scenario. Having to fight the large spider there. Now that we've done that, they're gonna spawn staggered. Oh, easy street. Spiders belong to us. We can kick back. I guess any crocs that spawn are nice easy pickings. I think that's spiders. I'll pull. The only bad thing about having these pets up, I can't go outside to cast Sal. It's not worth it. Not worth it to kill the pet. Just to get a little Run speed. Right. Alright, I guess you could fight the front. Almost fell off the board there, you saw that? Caught it. I can't believe already 40% in. Didn't I just ding? These ones are a little bit lower level, but the next room should have plenty of stuff that'll be considerable. Any time it says we gain XP though, count it. It's something. I don't know if I landed that slow. Battle spamming. Oh yeah. Excellent. Next room's hard. Probably too hard. And target him. Yeah, it's a Redcon Shaman. It's possibly a 3-pole, right? Hard to determine where the pathers are without, like, you know, gnome vision or something. Oh, it is what it is. Maybe fight back somewhere easier. Prioritizing safety of the pets right now. 2 pets remain. Still plenty, you know, even just 1 pet. Still enough to treasure and value and cherish and protect. They're carrying us a little bit. Level of these pets. Yellow con, even con. So really, it's Zerarb is carrying. Jen is just existing, but no, Jen's good too. Jen's very strong, but not as strong. There is a little bit of a range when you summon them, just like when a magician summons a pet. You know, there's a little bit of a range there. Obviously, you want the good one, but a single charge consumable, you get what you get. Not sure what the other Z name one was for level. I didn't think to hit C on them. Anyway, we could probably pull a couple from right. Come on. One hand blow 49. We're doing it. We're really doing it. Anyways, we talked earlier in the stream about the DHJ lawsuit update, and we talked about you know, what was revealed with that lawsuit update, which is of course P99's official, notarized, signed, dated 2015 agreement with Daybreak. Very interesting stuff, you know. We talked about that. If anybody's got any thoughts or comments, you know, you've had some time to, you know, marinate on that, and you know, let me know. I gotta know if anybody got some. Just curious guy. Those are all just green cons up there. Not very exciting. Back to spiders, I think. Spooters. One of my favorite spots. My favorite times in EQ level, right? When you're in upper guck, and you're strong enough to kill the big spider, and you're strong enough to kill the squire, and you're going back and forth, or even pulling to the same spot, the squire and the spider, you know what I mean? And then you start branching out, now you're getting the real, like I said, I said my whole progression with those. It's my favorite time, you know, we're on the cusp of that. We cleared the large spider, but it was tough. It was a tough clear. I don't know if we can clear squire yet, you know what I mean? It's a little tougher. There's a redcon shaman potentially in the mix over there. I don't have x-ray vision. I don't know if he's at the bottom of the ramp or the top of the ramp. You know, you pull Squire while he's at the top of the ramp. You're fighting a shaman too. I don't know if I want to risk Jen or Zabarab quite like that yet. You know, not when there's plenty of good spiders to be eaten, right? Munching. I will admit, one of the most immersive things in classic EverQuest for me back in the day was the trade skills. You wouldn't know that watching me play now because I don't I don't trade skill. I've lived that life. I did it before. It was fun, you know. Not eager to emulate it. So I don't. But I thought, in particular, I remember stacking up spider legs and then going to the Firat, right? I think that's where the vendor is that sells the spices and the sauces and all that stuff. And you know, I was making whatever they were, cooked spider legs, and I just thought that was so cool. Like, you know, it felt like a real immersive, like player-driven economy, like turning something, some like basic junk item into something edible. You know, with just a few steps. You know, I thought that was cool. Love that. I'm just reminded of that as I skip these spider legs. You know what I mean? Once upon a time, I would have been excited to pick up those. I want to sell banded armor 1 PP per AC, right? I always was trying to buy large banded, but nobody wanted to make large banded. So hard to find large banded. I had to settle for bronze, you know? And, you know, I had like a mismatch of banded and bronze because I had to take what I could get. Not that bronze was worse, but it was, you know, more expensive. And, you know, I ended up reaching that goal in the course of trying to reach my first goal. I know my HP got a little low there, but it's okay. We're doing alright. Ding 13! I wasn't even ready for a ding. I don't know what dance I'm gonna do. Hold on. How about this one? Perfect. Classic. Dance. Dance. You always like the idea of non-permanent gear. Use crafting some rare drops. Like Star Wars Galaxies. Permanent loot, trade skill stuff. With permanent loot, trade skill stuff went bad so fast unless you want to do. Wow. Interesting way to do it. You know? You gotta force people to do it some way or another, right? Thank you for bringing that up, RNF. And good to see you. Welcome to the stream. We're just getting started over here, you could say, right? Ding 13. It's fresh. It's new. Dance for it again. Cheer for it one more time. And hey, you, yes, you, if you're new here, hit that follow button if you haven't yet, you know? That way you know when I'm going live. But either way, I'll tell you when I'm going live. Sunday every week. Thursday every morning on Thursday. And of course, every Tuesday. What day is Tuesday? Well, you might have to join the Discord to find that one out. But anyway, that being said, it's probably Tuesday. That's the variety stream day, to be real with you. If you enjoy EverQuest, well, you can enjoy EverQuest every Sunday without fail. You can enjoy EverQuest every Thursday morning without, you know, I won't waver on that. But on Tuesday, you know, I might choose to play EverQuest. I might choose to play something I downloaded off Steam. You know, anything goes on Tuesday. Just thought I'd let you all know. If you didn't know, now you know. I see the global OOC. Quite a few people buying and selling their wares, huh? Good. Lively. Check the who all list. Still pretty sparsely populated this morning. 15 players. A good 1/5 of them are here in Guck right now. Good to see. Remember Batwing Crunchies? Anybody ever wonder what a Batwing Crunchy would taste like? Or is that, you know, dangerously immersed behavior? I know I've wondered. I want to stay on top of that large spider room. It's much easier when it's split. That's drug box levels of immersion right there. I couldn't get down with the last drug box because of, you know, the implication of buying currency. You know, I couldn't get down with. I mean, luckily for them, it wasn't a very big. It didn't make a big splash, right? The server kind of came and went. If it, you know, worst thing that could have happened for them is it was a big thing everyone was talking about, because then they'd be in the same boat as THJ. You know what I mean? Then again, could anybody really be in the same boat unless you hire those same lawyers and come with that same attitude, right? Maybe they would have been in the same boat up until a couple weeks ago, but that's when the timeline veered wildly off course here, right? The THJ lawyers came out of pocket, crazy out of pocket, if you ask me. You know, it's just my opinion. Nobody asked, but I'm giving it to you anyway. Try to stop me. Try to stop me from giving my opinion on this. You won't be able to. Came in strong and you're here for it. They came in so strong. I think the strongest, the part that made me like almost fall out of my seat reading it was when they point the fingers at the players. It's, listen, these THJ creators worked hard, right? Thousands of hours. They deserve compensation for the thousands of hours they put in copying and pasting and tweaking existing Daybreak code, right? Um, It's actually us stinky EverQuest players. We're the ones who are downloading pirated illegal copies of EverQuest, right? Call it the Napster defense, right? It's crazy. It's so I want to be on their side so bad, but they lost me there. And also, their whole argument was a whole. How many times do you need to say, but you let P99 do it? You know what I mean? Like, we get it. You don't need to freaking repeat yourself a million times. We get that that's your whole argument. I'm gonna die. My pet's dead. I'm dead. That's why I didn't want to go down there. I knew better, but I did it anyway. Um, R.I.P. to Jen. It is what it is. Perfect opportunity. The Napster defense. You're playing the Necro 40 minutes in, you're halfway through level 2, 3 gold and 2 backpacks. There you go. You know, you got to crawl before you walk. You got to walk before you run. And I think you're, you know, you're at a light jog already. That's what's up. No, you know what? 2 backpacks, you're running. You're at a full sprint. Your stride is like right there, you know, you got the rhythm going. You're taking off. Can't believe I just let Jen down. Right back in. Luckily, Oblivia and Oblivia's super strong pet didn't catch aggro from all that. I can keep getting carried actually. Pretty good. Let's see. As much as I really like Jen, Jen was the lower level of the two. Let's be honest. I got to cope. Is that sufficient cope? Yeah, the Ixar Targ shields. That's the secret sauce over there, huh? Well, we're all squabbling over cracked staves. Got these bougie lizard people just like eating good. Gotta find a corpse. I didn't make it far, really, to be real. Get like about here around the corner. I don't want to have to make a hotkey. There we go. Good enough. I'll save something for a res. I'm just kidding. I'm not taking a res on a level 13. Could you imagine if I was like, we can't continue. Somebody log a cleric. I need this. I lost XP and I must have it back. Over it. Transcended. Better than ever. In memory of Jen, the best pet name I've seen in a long time, we're just gonna have to kill this spider. You know, that's all there is to it. No other way around it. I should have cast Spirit of Wolf on myself for the corpse run. I'm not used to this. I'm not used to the awesome power that is Shaman. Quarter into level 4. I mean, on P99, that's an accomplishment. They don't make it easy, right? I like to make it look easy with gear, right? With a fungi tunic and a fast weapon and some haste. Oh yeah, I'll make the first few levels look real easy, but that's not the reality if you're starting out with a, you know, out there struggling for your first cracked staff. And then using that cracked staff as an upgrade, you know? It's a much different experience than, you know, borrowing Death Star's Jade Mace and, you know, taking down this hand wraps from one of my Shadow Knights for the day. You know, it's a little different. I guess the big one. If I look at my gear and only talk about the weapon and the haste, it's kind of like THJ going to court and having their lawyers only talk about like the love of the game. You know what I mean? You're kind of burying the lead here, right? What about the fungi tunic, or in the THJ lawsuit case? What about the money? You know, kind of makes a little difference. Anyways, not to beat a dead horse. You know my opinion. Get a little HP back. I should do it the way shamans do it, right? Shamans of this level. They would spam inner fire. Obviously, you're not a golfer. Splendid Genesis, thank you again for the gear hookup. Definitely gonna help out my journey here on Saibao. The only shaman I've ever leveled to the double digits like this, you know? Really uncharted territory for me. I respect the strength and power of the shaman. You do a little bit of slowing, a little bit of hasting, a little bit of healing, a little bit of dotting. A lot of versatility, really. I think I saw some crocs. Let's get these crocs. I'm unburdened by a pet, right? More cope, right? Like, actually, it was a burden to have that pet. I had to keep spamming pet back when I was trying to pull. You know? Now I don't need to do that. I'm unburdened. This way. As long I consider one of those pets a win if I ding any amount of times while using it. Because I will fully admit, you know, nobody's forcing me to say this. This is another one of those, like, I'm telling you guys, like, some of my most embarrassing EverQuest stories for no reason, you know, for free. I'm just freely telling you that I've summoned a pet before and died immediately, or I've summoned a pet before and had the pet die immediately without getting a single, you know, droplet of XP. I've done that. So to use the pet and to get a few levels before, you know, losing the pet and dying, that's a win. It's a big win. It's a worthwhile usage. You know, I'm happy to have clicked it. You did that in Crushbone. What, you lost it immediately? Whoa, what's the dragon head? Oh, not the dragon head. Before you understood Mage. Oh shit, why am I going back down there? We already played that game. That's not the place. That's not the move. Okay, well, I guess it is the move because I don't want to kill Oblivia's pet. So let's try this. Let's give it a real good, earnest attempt here. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Trying to kite it to the zone line. I don't know why I went back down there. I don't learn. I get on autopilot and I just start doing things without my brain. Oh god. Alright, I want to live. No! I decided too late that I wanted to live. It's alright. This time, Spirit Wolf first. My only regret is that I also trained the group. That's a fate worse than death. Yeah, that down the ramp. I said it before, it ramps in difficulty. It does. It really does. You saw how fast those things tore me up. Yeah, sorry, Captain Long Whistle. You were doing solid. You were supporting that pet masterfully. Did you make it out? Or did you go down swinging like me? I'm thinking you went down swinging like me. Yeah, sorry about that. Are you bound anywhere near here? Hopefully. It was a bad pull. I should have, you know, I should have took us back to Squire. Korea. You know? Iron drop, perfect. Perfect. We'll keep this party rolling. There's a Spirit of Wolf for Loogie. I'll hit a whoop. I'll hit Oblivia with a Spirit of Wolf too in a sec. Let me get my corpse. My plan was I was gonna stand there, channel a drowsy, right? It's more of a dream than a plan, right? My dream was to channel a drowsy there on the melee, and then run, get a little distance from both of them. Somehow still alive, despite the caster, right? It's a dream. And, you know, regen some HP, and then come back and finish off the caster. You know? It doesn't always go like the way you want. It definitely not go like that. Very little downtime thanks to the sow for the corpse room. I like that. I like the way shamans kind of stand on their own 2 feet. Pretty self-sufficient. So let me mem. What's that one? Inner fire again? Should go get the dot from the hand. I have like 3 plat, maybe a little more once I vendor some stuff. Let's go the hand. Perfect opportunity while Oblivia Corpse runs. Make my little run. Oh, Oblivia, you get your Sal right now. Let's get your Sal right now. I'll hit you when I'm back. What's this one? Zeppin Winsel. Another one of these foul beasts of the swamp. I haven't noticed too many sense heading skill ups, I'll be real. There's alternatives to that. I went with the just get lucky option, right? Ended up directly on track for that. Alternatively, you know, you can do location and check a map. You could drop a weapon on the ground to see what True North is. Or you can cast a spell True North, but I don't have that one. I didn't buy it. I don't think shamans get it. Maybe they do. Alright, level 5 Sicken. Acquired. Level 9 Tainted Breath. It's gonna be a little expensive, oh no. Never mind, I'm balling out of control with that amber. What did I call it? Plague? Tainted Breath? Alright, awesome. I have like actual damaging spells now. Excellent. Anyways, question of the day. If you haven't answered the question of the day, I just gotta know, what's your favorite class in EverQuest? Not what's the best class, not what's the most broken class, unless it just so happens you like playing the best and most broken. What's your favorite? It's a full-blown opinion question with no wrong answer. Anyways, I'm pretty sure it's this way. Even though, like I said, I'm getting no help from sunsetting skill. Kobold Hunter. You always like Paladin for their look and their lore. You're not wrong about that. They got some awesome swords, as Splendid Genesis pointed out, you know? Slayer Captain. Yellow to me now. I always like that. And when you're growing up in the swamp, you see the Slayers, and you know you kind of hold them in the same regard as the Bashers, right? They're out, big, tough, strong trolls out there, and then you start becoming a big troll, strong troll out there, you know, or you know, puts them in perspective. The Bashers are much stronger than the Slayers. Let's face it. Big ring, real big ring. Olivia, you want to sell? I got you. I was about to ask Stargate for a damage shield. A little slow. I almost got slash tell. Thanks for hanging out, Loogie. Good to see you. I appreciate you, you know, toughing it out with us. Real big flower hours. Who up? Alright, now we're all unburdened by pets. We're free to zone whenever we want without feeling bad about it. XP check. Level 13.4. Not bad for just getting started, you know? Almost 4 hours deep in a 7-hour stream. I think we can hit at least level 20. I feel like that's not even outrageous. Let me hotkey tainted breath. Let's poison stuff. Yeah. Poison this guy. Yeah, that works. 47, 44. It's like 3% a tick, maybe. Very nice. Oh, found them. Found the frogs. A repop, it looks like. Yeah, yeah. Getting a little low on mana. Got a couple poisons out there though. Tainted Breath wore off, whichever one it was on. At this point, I don't remember. Oh, sneaking one on. Pretty low mana. Nice cheap spell though. Gotta love that. Or 60%. Decent room. It's kind of a room plus, right? Pull 3 from one room and then repop back in this room where we're fighting them. Whatever works. Repop, more like free pull. Anyways, mana. I don't know if I'm gonna get any. Hope I'm not thirsty because I forgot to summon drink. Nice stinker. Oh, I am thirsty. Shit. Well, that's not good. I'm never gonna be able to get any mana. I spent the last little bit, the last scrimping of it. I'm a melee now. I just gotta go buy some. Oh, you have one? Yeah, if you have one, I'll be okay. Summon a bunch. As long as I drink it and I fizzle all the mana that I get from that little bit, then we're hit. Thank you. Suspenseful. How much mana does this cost? Very little. Couple ticks worth. More than a couple ticks. Someone's selling tribal war boots. I wonder how many billions of plats they want for it. The server, these boots are like out of control for some reason. I'll summon enough to give you back some too. That was almost disastrous, so I'm glad that you came more prepared than me, Oblivion. Because I was going to say, let me sit in med, I'll be right back. But I realized, I mean, as I was thinking it to say it, I'm not going to be able to med at all. I need drink to med. Now I can at least med. I'll be right back. And it's time to summon a ton more drink. But that's good. It'll be good for my skills. channeling, conjuration. Gotta do it. It's one of those, you know, it's just EverQuest things. You can't be an EverQuest enjoyer. Pick and choose what you enjoy. No, no, no. Take it or leave. Was I not sitting? I must have been sitting. What's up, Destard? Good to see you. I was shouting you out earlier for letting me borrow this jade mace. I know you let my Shadow Knight borrow it, but hoping you wouldn't mind. My shaman borrowed it too. I'll give it back to you. I swear. I swear. I didn't forget. Nice little weapon. Oh, nice and quick. Love a quick weapon. These early levels. I like a nice big bopper for the higher levels, right? Once you're past 20, big difference. Big difference in what I like. And as a, you know, I gotta respect the fact that shamans are casters. And as a caster, um, that's a lot of missed opportunities to swing a fast weapon, right? But if you have a slow weapon, you might not miss an opportunity at all. You might be able to get that swing in between the spells. Kill with mana, yes. The concept that takes some getting used to. But how about we kill with thorns? How about that? Right now, let's start hooking it up. I'd fully take advantage of that. Hey, Death Star, if you're watching, what's your favorite class? I know you play a good mix. You got a nice EQ stable. I'm trying to have a respectable EQ stable myself. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. I'm always wondering what people's faves are. Or not, I shouldn't say always wondering. That's the question of the day today, at least. Should probably memorize the slow, too. It's almost time to go by route. I'm sure other good spells too. I gotta go find Flash of Light, right? Shamans get blind? Am I mistaken in believing shamans get blind? I think it's sold in Oasis though, if I'm not mistaken. I'll take, you know, next time we're up north, traversing the desert, hopefully later this stream, pick that up and, you know, if any PvP happens. Old PvP, you like Warriors? Thank you. Warriors great. Such an excellent class. I think it would be my favorite if I could channel, you know, not that Warriors should be able to channel, but we should have instant cast Golem Wands here. Without the instant cast Golem Wand, I can't. I can't in good conscience call Warrior my favorite. I gotta go with Shadow Knight, but I do love a Warrior. Can't beat those. Yeah, that's an awesome point. You're right. Crippling blows are so good. I actually I popped the crippling blow discipline against Epiz yesterday morning, and got a nice crippling blow, but the next round whiffed, and they got away. You know, they were able to plug with like 3%. Good stuff. You know what I mean? Win, lose, or draw. I love EQ PvP, and that was good EQ PvP. And I think it was a draw. You know, Epiz plugged. I didn't get the kill. Nobody, no yellow text. Nothing happened. But it was fun. It was exciting. And it was kind of back and forth because, Epiz was kind of lighting me up with the dots. They were trying to kite me because they had the superior run speed. Right? They were wolf form. I was J-boot speed. I was out of arrows, right? I've been out of arrows up there on my warrior. And I'll admit it, I'm getting kited a little bit. They're landing the dots on me and running away. But instead of eating those dots, I'm dispelling the dots, right? But one of the times they came in to do it again, and I start dispelling, and I think they probably thought I was dispelling the dots off myself, but I dispelled them, and then I got the top slot wolf form, and then I turned the fight over. I was taking some damage from the dots, which made it so when I hit the discipline, I was berserk, and that should have been it. That should have been it. But you can't. It's not a I win button like Harm Touch. You still gotta roll the dice, and Brad gotta bless you. RN Jesus gotta bless you with a little luck, you gotta actually hit. So, maybe next time. Maybe next time. But anyway, Epiz knows what it is. They were talking a little trash. They sent me a tell right before all that. That's the funniest part about it. Would have made the clip that much better if I got the yellow text. But I might still upload it anyway, just because it was good old fashioned EQ PvP. And it was like legit action packed, like the type that I don't get every day, not in 2025. Epiz has been putting up a good fight though. This was the room I was too afraid to pull, right? Squire, I was like, nah, I can't do it, it'll be 3 frogs. I don't have x-ray vision, blah, blah, blah. I had a million excuses why not to pull this, and here it is. No big deal. Single, going down easy with the thorns. Level 3 on your necro. Hey, grats on that cage, man. That's awesome. All right. got rooted. I'm like, why can't I move? Literally got rooted. Oh no, I'm not a man. I'm so rude. Coming back. I'm fighting as soon as I can. Alright. Maybe cast this guy. Of course it's resisting. Skilled wolf hunter, randomly aggro. Dude, those things are nasty. It's one thing I do know about Field of Bone. Let this thing path a little closer. Skelly with a shield spawned. He did a beeline to it. Oh yeah. Yeah, almost time to start thinking about surnames. I don't think I'm gonna have one. I usually don't. Sometimes. Like when I had Chewy, my surname was What a Wookie, right? Like you see right here under my face. I got Chewy What a Wookie. It was just like that. An old chat thing. Now I play Newy. I just have him. Level 14. Let's celebrate as soon as these last two frogs here die. Alright. Ding 14. Was this the spell level? Do I gotta go back to Grob? At least I can get there. Dance. We'll cheer. We say, yay, ding 14. And, hey, you, yes, you. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. I really, really do. And it would mean so much to me if you'd please consider checking out the YouTube channel. Please consider following the stream. All that stuff, you know? If you hating, I got a slash rude for you right there. Anyways, everybody else, let's keep going. Nothing's easily found in the zone. Okay. I must have accidentally tried to do like find. I'm typing blind when I do that stuff. Usually it works out, but. They start keeping us in the finest bufferings right now. The finest buffs. It feels good. I took slash roleplay off just to show the whole server that I'm here, right? I'm not moving in silence. This is known. And so far nobody's come to peek, right? There's that one level 3 guy. He seemed friendly enough. You know, I didn't talk to him or anything, but why not? EverQuest enjoyer, clearly. The safety of the zone. I think this one's the highest level here. Look, night. Here's the other tuck knight. Whoops. I forgot that there was stuff in the room that would add when I sat, but it's okay. Try to deal a little damage to him so they don't. Oof. They might have frog meats. I need those. Hey, frog meat. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm also very low on mana, but I better not forget to summon drinks. Oh wait, the Sard hooked me up. Forgot. Thanks again. I will still summon some for good measure, right? Gets the conjuring skill up, potentially gets the channeling skill up. Just it's not much. Definitely hit them both. Whatever happens now. As long as I win and the spiders lose. Anything that happens. Okay, let's see. Well, we have the thorns. Gotta do it. Gotta fight this red con. Kite it back to the entrance. Hopefully Thorns lasts. Kiting it's not worth it if Thorns wears off before I kill it, you know? It would make me wish that I just stood strong. But I think we'll be okay. Kiting it a little more. Just a little tiny bit. Oh no, the thorn's wearing off. No. Like I said, it won't be worth the kite's not worth it. Come on, kill this spider. There we go. 2 down. That's all I needed. This one's almost down. Perfect. That lasted the perfect amount of time. Gotta love it. So much XP. Would mana be a good thing, you think? I think it would. Let's hang out for a little mana. Fight the next room of spiders. And start thinking about a level 15 Grob trip, perhaps. Honestly, in the amount of time that it takes me to talk about it, I could just get it done. I could gate their souse feedback. But the spells are getting increasingly more expensive. I mean, I'm being like main looter greedy over here, taking all the good stuff. But even taking all the good stuff, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to afford anything. We'll see how it goes. I got 8 plat. Sorry, Oblivia. I hope you can afford your spells too. You're still using level 8 spells, yeah. I mean, your spell vendor is a lot further away. So that being said, got a little mana, got a lot of HP. Make it work. Go sour off. Terrible. Definitely recast sour right now. Maybe it's time to go hit Oasis. I want to get Flash of Light. Kind of a crucial spell for PvP anyway. Assuming you can land it, it's so good. But you're probably better off assuming you can't land it. I'll still try. Hey Green, what's going on? I'm just getting started over here. Yeah, new shaman. Talk of the town. Yeah, I mean, a little self twinkage goes a long way, right? Goes a long way. It's like apples and oranges. Hardcore self found is quite the accomplishment. Yeah, we just I've never played a shaman in any meaningful capacity. My highest level shaman is named Big Bank. He is a banker, right? I leveled him up a couple times just because it's fun. You know, I love low level EQ. I think he's like level 4 or 5. That doesn't really count, right? This shaman, I'm still playing him like he's a warrior. I hardly cast any spells. I don't even cast gate. Um, this is the highest level shaman I've ever had, 14. It's the PvP server, but it's sparsely populated right now as far as nobody's come to tussle this morning, so it might as well be the green server, but it's red. The threat of violence is always there. I haven't PvP'd with a shaman before, never. I mean, level 5 shaman or whatever, sure. But does that really count? It's more like, just using my wep. Used it to get a few spells, a bag, and enough cloth armor. There you go. Mallow's best in slot. Yeah, if I get Mallow, then I can land the blind, right? That's the dream. Gotta get that going. I dropped I didn't drop it. I had a friend help me. I don't trust drop transferring fungi, but you know what I mean? Got the fungi tunic here, but I didn't think to get spell money, so I'm out here scraping and scrambling for the spells, and it's tough, or I should say, it's authentic, right? This is what they intended. Oh, I do get True North. I'm not gonna buy it, but what's up? Level 14 root. Definitely get that. Sell some stuff. Keeping faction stuff, I'll put in the bag or something. Want root. Want Spirit Strike. 7 plat. Oh, it's like all my plat. I didn't even like think about it. I just bought it, but it's gonna be good. You pick green as your first P99 server. I mean, it's the usual choice, right? It's the most populated and the most closest to classic timeline. Of course, they're still beyond what would be classic, right? Normally, after Velius comes Luckland. There was no long Velius ever. That's a new invention, you know? But it is what it is, and I appreciate that it is. Alright, so we can buy Levitate, but we're hit for Batwings out here. We'd have to go to the Fearot, find some of those. Shrink is 19, can't wait. Summon Food. Did I buy that one? I don't think I bought that one. Buy it. Walking Sleep, 7 plat, can't afford. Bind Affinity, 6 plat, can't afford. I can afford Levitate, and I will. But like I said, I'm hit for Batwings. Travel. Canny 1 is better than Canny 2, you say? This is good to know. Can't wait to watch me Canny dance. Yeah, that should be fun. I understand the concept of it. It'll probably take a little getting used to, right? Get the real feel for it. I'm such a sentimental guy. I keep my club asterisks for a little bit. I destroyed it now. No JBB yet. Nah. I only like... This was kind of a spur of the moment thing. I wasn't sure what I was going to do, and then I was like, yeah, you know what? And the gear, a lot of it was just donated by Splendid Genesis came through in the clutch with this the sleeves. The JBVs, if you will. But I'm just borrowing some Shadow Knight gear, really. One of my Shadow Knights was so gracious to hand over, you know, the Fungi, the Lodi, the Haste Gloves, borrowing Death Star's Web, Spare Web. Just a little something, a little for quick beat in the low levels. Once I'm level 20, I'm gonna wish I'd been working on two-hander for sure, but I'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We're only level 14 and climbing right now. But anyway, I'm thinking of going to what's it called? Oasis. I drew like a complete blank. Could you see my like mind trying to process that? Like I was like loading. Oasis. Let's go. Alright, I'll definitely hook you up with a Sal. My very powerful level 14. Always got to pick up the spore mushrooms. I can't stop. Here it comes. Onward. Onward and northward to South Row. Fun bags, what's going on? How you doing? We're just getting started over here. I made a shaman. I know you are a shaman aficionado these days, huh? I'm only level 14. I know I got a big wide open Norath ahead of me. Lots of quests to do, lots of spells to get. Adventures to be had, really. I want to go to Oasis not only for the, the prospect of experience, personal growth, but also spells. Get some spells from that camp up there. You have 17 Necro? Well, you're more than welcome to join us. I'm here with Captain Lungwhistle, you know? And you can really say we're just getting started. This is Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, number 32, believe it or not. And number 33 will be next week. But before all that, we got a couple more streams, and of course, we got hours more fun today, so don't go anywhere. Get comfy. Enjoy some EverQuest. Hey, fun bags. Question of the day for you and anybody else who hasn't answered yet, or even if you have answered, you want to answer again. Hey, this question's for you. What's your favorite class in EQ? Gotta know. Simple as that. Probably the most straightforward question of the day question I've ever given you guys in the stream. You know what I mean? There's no like paragraph of preamble or anything like that. It's just straight up. What's your favorite class in EQ? No wrong answer. I gotta know. Yeah, well, fun bags. Support is on the way. You'll be with us grinding soon. Meanwhile, I'll run. The journey of Saibao continues northward. Right, we're in the grassy area of South Row. I used to feel a lot of comfort in the grassy area of South Row. This is where, when I was a young troll, especially the eastern wall, right, northeastern part of the grass, I felt real comfortable. There's a couple single pulls. There's like a Skelly. There's an Orc Cleric, which was nice and challenging, but not too challenging, you know? There's another Skelly over here. So I used to kind of grind the grassy area. But as far as the sand, it's too spooky for me. Those dunes just hide enemies, right? You don't see them till they're too late. You ever just get snuck up on by like friggin' giant that's 5 times your size? It sounds like something that wouldn't happen, right? How is this giant gonna sneak up on you with those dunes, you know? It was just too spooky for me. North is this way. Anyways. I used to stay in the grass when I was a young troll. Occasionally I'd feel real brave, and go pull something from the sand to the grass, right? And fight it there. I remember the first day I ever defeated a dry bone skeleton. I felt so strong. You know what I mean? Like, that was a serious accomplishment to me. The desert's so scary, right? Right. And I remember ghouls. Yeah. It felt good killing ghouls like by the boatload once you go to Unrest. You really get, I felt like I was getting my revenge on all my all the ghouls who had done me dirty growing up, once I left the swamp and went to South Row. Some ghouls did me dirty for a fact. And yeah, got my revenge in Unrest for sure. Once I finally got there, I did have a kind of tough time getting there. Told that story before. Goblin Title Lord PK'd me in Dagnar's Cauldron, and I thought I'd lost my corpse forever. You know, how would I ever find my corpse in such a huge, sprawling, you know, zone like Dagnar's Cauldron? Because to me, at the time, that was a big, sprawling zone. Now, look back at it, and Dagnar's is like not really very complicated at all. About as simple as it gets. I've been meaning to get Clippy in the guild. You know, he's a happy flower. Will be joining us. Akas, what's going on? Hey, we're just getting started over here. Wrath Mountains was scary. Wrath Mountains scared me so bad. Moss EG. I was feeling good. I thought I was like traveling and you know, accomplishing something by going to Wrath Mountains. I told my friend Tree Rat, I said, hey, I'm in Wrath Mountains, and he was like, dude, what are you doing there? You're not high enough level to be in Wrath Mountains. And I was like, oh no, I gotta get out of here. Right? Like, I went from excited to terrified so fast. Just fun. Like, can't recreate that by just, you know, recreating the pixels. There's a genie that can't be put back in the bottle, and that's like, you know, the knowledge of the game, right? We know it all now. Back then we didn't. It was, you know, had to live and learn or die and learn, whatever. Clippy snared you so Castle would kill you. That's hilarious. I like that guy's style. Fun bags. I heard you guys you made up. All good now. Castle's kind of an unhinged giant. Anyways, we'll see what he does to me. I think he's gonna peacefully coexist. I want to get him in the guild. Experience a three-way simultaneous ding? No way. That's something else. Powerful stuff. You know, I think you're gonna keep that one, keep that memory with you for your EQ career. To be honest. 16, 17, and 18. Wow. Brad bless. Alright, let's see if I can handle a Redcon Orc Warrior. Dolo over here. I don't know if I can. I think if I treat it right, right? And by treat it right, I mean cheese it. I gotta cheese this. As far as I'll run away, get my health back. You know. Well, maybe we can recreate that, but with a fourth, because I'm here this time. We're about to have you, Long Whistle, and Clippy all together, perhaps. Redcon Orc is predictably tough, if you couldn't guess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about all this. I could probably kill like a few blue cons in the time that this is going to take. At much less risk and peril. So let's just, you know, pick our battle here. Wanted to see how it would go. Now I know. Redcon Orc a little too tough. Chill. Got reinforcements on the way. Mana to be meted. And hey, Acost, if you're still here, question of the day. I gotta know. What's your favorite class in EQ? No wrong answer. Not what's the best. What's your favorite? Maybe it's the same answer. Maybe you think the best one is your favorite. I think my favorite's the best, perhaps. Now I'll concede that Bard is probably better than Shadow Knight. But Shadow Knight's my favorite. It's so fun. I gotta know. Anyways, I'll be right back. Broken Stoic, what's going on? Hey, we're just getting started over here. KH fan, you're going to bed at 3 a.m. your time. Gotta draw the line somewhere, you know? Good as time as any, I guess. Still plenty of time. Get a little shut eye before the sun's up. But yeah, we're just getting started over here. So far it's all sunshine, hand holding, and kumbaya singing. You know, we got very little oppositional defiance going on out here. Anything like that. Playing a shaman, just started him. Already level 14. You know, the gear helps. The power of friendship helps. Overall, we're flying. Excellent. There's a guy named Clippy out here, but he's cool. Not gonna mess with Clippy. I'd like to invite him to the guild. I don't have an officer, or I should say I'm not on an officer right now, right? I'm playing this new shaman. So I can't invite, but either after the stream I can get an officer, or if any officers come by. Love to get Clippy tagged up. Seems like a very happy chap. And we're happy to have him. Flowers to happiness. #1 undisputed heavyweight champ PvP guild of all time. Low level PvP like over here. It can happen. So right now I don't have /roleplay on or /anonymous on, you know what I mean? So if you check the who all list, it's a bunch of anonymous players, but there's me, level 14. So, you know, if somebody was feeling so bold, they might come and look for me. But if you do the /roleplay, they might not know, you know, and you probably get a good deal of peace and quiet, depending on what time of day you play. You know what I mean? Like, some of these zones are less popular than others. Most of the PvP happens at the high end. But, you know, you go to some of these real tempting dungeons and you might find why they're less popular on this server than others, right? Like Guck, for example, right? Flowers of Happiness own Guck. It's our birthright, it's the promised land, and we defend it greatly. But that's Guck, you know? If you're not leveling in Guck, that's not going to be an issue for you. But then again, there's other people that consider other places their homeland, you could say. And it's, you know, Crushbone's usually kind of a bloody battleground. Historically speaking, Unrest would get really contentious, but by and large, for the most part, it's the high end dungeon. It's Elias these days, you know what I mean? Even Kunark, you can probably find some good quiet times. Even the most desirable camps. It's 2025, and we haven't had, you know, meaningful changes on the server in a bit. Clippy's casting something. Get underwater before find out what. Where's Clippy? Anyway, like I said, Clippy, I want to get him in the guild, but I haven't had the chance to invite him personally. I've heard he's cool, but I haven't actually interacted with him yet. So if he, you know, comes at me, I gotta be prepared for that. And I wouldn't be offended, you know? PvP server. I'm a player, he's a player. Raid content's cleared over there? Oh, yeah, stuff gets killed. Definitely. Maybe there's a couple... things that get killed less often. But some of these zones get cleared pretty religiously. Personally, hey, Clippy invited me. Levels, you Clippy. In my range. So that means he's probably level 18. Thereabouts. Yeah, Ixar Necro is like very good. That Cayman that I made run away finally came back. Almost level 15. Yeah, talking to Clippy here. Clippy's cool. Cool dude. Yeah, we were talking about the well, first of all, we were talking about the question of the day. Before I just get too sidetracked by, recent developments in the new world. Question of the day is, what's your favorite class? I had to go with a, very simple and straightforward question today. Um, Especially considering we're already 32 weeks of Sundays into the year. If I don't start checking off these real basic question of the days now, I'm gonna run out of time this year. Sometimes my questions are, they're not quite as straightforward. Sometimes you got to set the scene first, but this one, there's no scene setting required. What's your favorite class? I said Shadow Knight without thinking about it too much. First answer, sticking with it. I do love Warrior, and I think, you know, if they never nerfed Golem Wands on this server, if they never nerfed Gate Pot on this server, if they never nerfed West Commons hat on this server, a lot of the stuff that's supposed to be instant cast, um, I would still say Warrior. But since we live in a post nerf world over here, I don't know if I can go with that. Because you gotta be able to dispel. Just need to. It's a need. We said Monk or Necro, you're saying Necro now. Now that you're playing the Necro, yeah. They're really good. Enjoy Necro for sure. Goblin says Beast Lord. There you go. Beast Lord is really good, huh? Tree Rat played a Beast Lord and would tell me all about it. $40 mana. Nice to have Sal all the time. My casting spell skills aren't very good. Thing 15. Dance for cheer. Let's wave. Say, hey you. Oop. Oop. There we go. Hey you, yes you. Welcome. Thanks for being here. And I hope you join me for the rest of the stream, right? We still got another couple hours, believe it or not. We're just getting started. And it's the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. Number 32, believe it or not. And it's the 32nd Sunday of a year, so you could do the math on that one. Anyways, if you thought we couldn't do it, that's /rudes for you. But if you been rocking with us from the beginning, or you're new here and you're happy to see us succeed, all the flowers, and you know, I really appreciate you. Let's go. Let's get back to it without further ado. Tony's block party, yes. All the flowers. Monk, Ranger. Yeah, Cage Finn, you've been experiencing some new stuff lately in this game. That's the beauty of it. So it might be like I'll admit it, it's an old game, but it's still got plenty of life in it. It's still got adventures to be had. I think there's no denying that. I didn't memorize slow this time. I should probably memorize more slow. Sheesh. Sucks. Lighten me up. The game predates your own existence by a decade. Yeah, I mean, it's a classic. It's a solid, tried and true classic. No denying it. You know, not all games stood the test of time. But then again, I have a lot of fun revisiting old games of all sorts. You know what game I was recently reminded of, and I want to find it? Way back in the day when I was a little kid, one of the games I played on Windows, what was it called? It was like something where you're a mouse and you got to trap these cats by blocking them. You push blocks around because you got to get the cheese, right? You like push blocks around so you can access the cheese, but you're also trying to dodge cats. Potentially, you know, using the blocks, you can like keep the cats away from you. What was that one called? Do you guys remember this one? It was I recently was reminded of this, and it's like, speaking of nostalgic games, you had that one, Mantoid? That's what's it called? Manitoid, sorry. Didn't mean to mispronounce your name. Windows 95, yeah, it was back then. That's what I'm saying. It was like, not recently. There was a plumbing game too. Yeah, that was a good one. All those games were good. It came on some game pack. You know, when they branched out beyond Minesweeper, Solitaire, and you know, we weren't quite up to the pinball yet. You know what I mean? There was like an in-between period with a couple sweet additional games That, you know, they didn't have them before and they didn't have them after. It was just like just then. You know what I mean? Cool. Cool stuff. I gotta find that. I bet if I started searching for it, I could find it. Your favorite non-EQ game is Ultima Underworld? Yeah, there's some good stuff in the Ultima series, huh? I had never played them growing up. You know, some of them predate my existence too, but some of them didn't. I just never really seen it. The first one I ever heard of was Ultima Online. I had some friends that were heavy into it. I never realized, like, really just what kind of true pioneers that dude is, right? What's that dude's name? Lord British or something, right? True pioneer. Rodent's Revenge. Thank you, thank you. That was the name of the game with the rat and the cats. I was so I put a lot of time into Rodent's Revenge as a kid. Good times. That's, you know, it's, I don't think there's any bad nostalgia when it comes to PC games. They all have some value. Good to see Lemon Song here. We got Clippy tagged up. You know, one big happy family. Let's see what else we can. Yeah, I'm all buffed up already, but I think Lemon Song's probably gonna do some group stuff. Did I memorize my level 15 spells? Or yeah, must have. Or I put them in the book. I scribed them. I didn't memorize. I got Root. Okay, I memorized Root. I didn't get Spirit Strike memorized. I didn't memorize the Slow. I know Shaman's one of those classes where they're constantly opening the book to switch spells. I'm not looking forward to that. I'm gonna have to like really get my spells in spots I like them, and stuff that's important is gonna have to be accessible, right? How about Spirit of Wolf top left, Gate bottom left? These I know I need. Slow I'm gonna need. Summon Food and Drink, those are like page 2 spells. Start moving some stuff now. Whatever. Anyways. I have the like least attention span for the spell book shit. Ultima Underworld's the first person 3D game, or a first person 3D game in the Ultima universe. Right, the other ones before that were the top down style. Yeah, yeah. It was like cutting edge. You know, they were really pushing the boundaries of stuff. Oh, they want me to gather? I'll gather. I guess I'll gather for. I'm the worst. I don't read group chat. I don't talk in group chat. Probably doing the opposite of what group chat is urging or suggesting or sometimes pleading, you know? They have to come to Twitch chat to be like, can you read group chat? That's right, they're all used to it. Except for Clippy. I think this is Clippy's first time ever playing with me. He's gonna have to figure it out, you know? Gonna get a tough. Well, at least I'm not playing like the healer, right? KH fan, I appreciate you rocking late into the early morning hours of Monday where you're at. But over here it's Sunday. I'm gonna keep SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025 number 32 going strong for a few more hours. You know? Huey? Which one's that? What's the H stand for Huey? Oh shit. Dry bones. Healer Chewy, yeah, that would, oof. I'm better off as a battle cleric. Perhaps a toxic battle cleric even, you know what I mean? I think the whole world's better off without counting on my heals. I feel like I could do it if I wasn't streaming, right? If I had nothing, no other chat to distract me, and I'm just like actually like in the zone, playing my role, doing my thing. I think I could be a fine healer, you know? But the reality of it is, I'm here on Twitch, I'm reading Twitch chat, I'm prioritizing, you know, hanging out, really. And everybody else in my group is just, you know, for better or for worse, gonna have to deal with that. I get restless sitting around, it's true. It's true. I can get real in the zone as far as, like, you know, if I'm determined to level. I can stay on EQ, but for downtime, like I got a med for any extended period of time, I'm gonna get bored. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna be like, I have enough mana, right? It is what it is. It's just the way I play. Probably why I prefer playing low level tunes, right? Stakes are lower as far as mana requirements. I can get away with pulling with low mana. There's a high level. I gotta be more patient. I hate that. That being said, I know what I need to do. It's just a matter of do I want to do it. And if I'm playing a game, I want to have fun. And to me, you know, medding's not fun. I think that's what it really comes down to. It's probably the warrior in me, you know what I mean? I grew up playing a warrior. I don't med, right? Sometimes I gotta sit and heal. Once my HP's up, you know, I'm good to go. That mana bar doesn't mean as much to me, I guess. I don't know. It is what it is. I can make excuses all day. How many more excuses do you want? Level 15, going on 16. I said I was going to buy some spells when I was up here. Before I forget, I should probably do that. You know, just in case we get some PvP, I want to hit him with the blind, or I at least want to spend all my mana trying. You know, I can't think of a better spell in PvP. Blind, right? Just perfect, perfection. You have a dry bones near you. Bring it. Where are you at? Where are you at with this dry? Ooh, someone's selling cello drums. It's not bad. I would pay up to 1.5k. You know? That's the highest I would go. And I think that's a little high. They said 10k. For some reason, I knew he was going to say some off-the-wall number. Like, they're good drums, don't get me wrong. What do they do on blue or green? Let's check the wiki. I like that we can check the wiki for price. Solos, drums of the march. I know it's Dragon Loot. 12k on blue. And maybe about the same on green. So I mean, like, with that in mind, it's an okay price, but it's not. We're not on blue. We're not on green, right? Supply and demand. There's two parts to that, right? And one of the parts, the supply, is very high, right? There's so many of those on this server because people have been killing dragons uncontested for, you know, over a decade. And the demand is very low because look how many of us are on the server. And those of us who have bards, how many of them need cello drums? My bard already has it. I was going to buy it, you know, for a guildie. That's why I was saying I would pay up to 1.5k, which I think is high. The last time I bought one for a guildie, I paid 800 plat. You know what I'm saying? The supply is very high. The demand is very low. So, not worth haggling on because we're just worlds apart. You know, that price there. I'm surprised. I shouldn't say I'm surprised there's so much on blue and green because they're very good. Bard is also very strong, and supply demand. The chart is kind of flipped for blue and green, right? Like, okay, blue, maybe the supply is also high, but green, lower supply, higher demand, right? Price is going to be. Anyways. Anybody who wants solo drums, I would not pay 10. You know what I mean? Like 10k might sound okay because you look at the wiki and it looks like that, but it's not. We can't go by the wiki on that price. It's just out of this world. You know? It's a free NORAD. And they're welcome to ask that much for it. You know? I'm not like mad. I'm not crashing out. There's certainly no hate for it. It's probably a seller's market, but I'm not the buyer. I'm not at that price. Oh, we're killing stuff so fast. Awesome. And these madmen are a little green. Oh, thing 16. Let me go back with the crew to celebrate. We can get them in the shot. Oh man, I'm clicking off wolf form. As much as I like wolf form, can't see the celebration, right? Can't dance. I could dance with the wolves, but I can't dance as a wolf. All right, a little dance. We got cheer again, right? Can't believe we done again. Salute, right? a little bow, a little kneel, right? Thank you all for being here. We're just getting started, though. Of course, that's a little inside joke because we're 5 hours deep, but it is a 7 hour stream, so, you know, do with that what you will. Hey, you, yes, you, have you joined the Discord yet? What are you waiting for? Consider this your personal invitation to please, 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 you know, join our ranks, join the swamp. It's the place to be. Hop on in, the water's fine. And please, please, please consider checking out the YouTube channel and all that stuff. You know, without further ado, let's get back to the groupage. We're doing it big. This is my highest level shaman ever by a long shot. Level 16. One of the few classes I never really gave a shot to. So far, so good. I'm playing it like a warrior. You know, I'm not really casting. But I could. You know? And that's cool. That's cool. Probably get Sal back on. My swimming skill ain't good either. Does having Sal affect your swimming speed? Or is swimming speed solely based on swimming skill? Is there any... I feel like being in water, you might not be swimming, right? Like right now I'm running, so my speed is faster because I have Sal. But if I get into deep enough water where I'm swimming, I feel like that's the same speed as if I didn't. Easy enough to test / look up. Just got injured freaking Crocs everywhere. Love that. Nice. Already a bubble in, just dinged. Literally just dinged. Not too long ago. Oh shit. Did it get really dark in the stream too? I like click something and messed my whole gamma up. We're good. Does that look better? Castle at the dock, oh boy, classic. Have there been sightings of our old friends, the Horde, lately? I see there's one online. Interesting. Got into some good fights with them past weeks. Been a little bit though. I haven't. When I see them online, I check the usual spots. I haven't seen them lately. I thought they maybe moved on, but I'm hearing intel that who knows? We might see some in Oasis today. Wouldn't that be wild? PvP action on the PvP server? That would be something else. I think somebody would poke their head in to see, right? A level 16 in Oasis, you'd think a level 20 would pop in by now. But, you know, Maybe somebody tipped him off. Maybe they know it's not just me. I don't know how they would know that. They must be freaking EQ, real Sherlocks, you know, deducing that. But it's still early. The day is young. We might still. Crypto money going down. Yeah, this XP is crazy. Imagine if we put this show on the road though. Maybe like Unrest or something. Watch that. $25 players on now. Maybe the server would wake up. You know, just gotta wait for the sun to rise on the west coast. We actually get some numbers. Still more zones in you know, the server than there are players, but I think we can get. No, I wasn't on the pack. Good. So I came in saying calming down, and I was fighting a Cayman, so I'm like, hold on a second. It wasn't that. I always use the cycle through nearest NPCs hotkey. Get my targets in a situation like this, you know what I mean? Unless we have a main assist, and then of course you gotta slash assist the assist, but you know, we're winging it. Oh shit! I got a giant. Take this guy this way. Now what? Getting chased by a sand giant. Very classic. All right. Maybe coming up with a plan to take this show on the road, right? We still got some time. I keep saying it. I keep saying, let's go Oasis. Let's go. All right, let's go to Unrest. We go to Unrest. We can kill the Death Beetles. We can kill the Jack-o'-lanterns. We can kill the. It's been a while. I don't remember else. Tormented Dead or something, you know? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know I got a giant on my tail. Well, I got a crit mummy on my tail now too. Oh no, am I even gonna be able to buy this spell? They probably hate me. Okay. Flash of light. Woo. Alright. I got blind now. Flash of light. Like I said, it's probably like the most game-breaking PvP spell in a lot of situations. Maybe some classes don't need to see, right? You know what hotkey your spell is, you know what you got targeted. Do your thing, you know? But not every class is that lucky, right? If you're playing a melee, you got to be able to position yourself. How are you going to do that blind? Let's see. Let's see. Hopefully the sand giant. Sand giants everywhere right now. Where's Fancy when you need him? Actually landed the slow. That's very nice. Very nice. And the dot. I mean, I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We don't really need to go to unrest. P99 devs pulled a fast one on Lockjaw campers by having some Crocs as placeholders for sand giants. Yeah, you must have heard that from Chilogan because that's news to me. That is maniacal. It kind of brings back the old-fashioned danger, right? Oasis, when it's when you know what to do, it's so safe and predictable. That's not how it was back in the day. It was chaotic and terrifying. Sand giant to docks. They wanted to recreate that by any means necessary. Oh shit. Here's one. Yeah, it's on the pet. Our fingers are crossed for Clippy. Which is a great name, right? That was the name of the paperclip in Microsoft Office. Clippy. Now we wait to see if the giant saw the rest of us and if it's coming back this way. This has definitely become an unsafe spot, though. It seems like we killed a placeholder and spawned a giant. We all up in our grill. Seems it. Clippy would say that. It looks like you're trying to kill a sand giant. I didn't get it at first, but now I get it. I'm sitting around a full mana full. Ridiculous. Alright, well we get recuperated over here. The buff's coming up, it looks like. Thank you, Distard. Grab a snack, right? Don't go too far. Just getting started over here. Another hour and a half to go. And if you haven't answered the question of the day yet, what are you waiting for? What a perfect opportunity right now to answer the question of the day, which is, of course, what's your favorite class in EQ? No wrong answer. Just pick one. What's your favorite? Don't think too hard. It's an easy question today. Gotta know. Hey, thank you for that follow. I had my little snack. I'm feeling refreshed, ready for another hour and a half of EverQuest action. I'm hoping that I can hit level 17 in the next hour and a half, right? I think I could do it. I need one more kill. There it is, level 17. No, for real, I'm hoping I can hit like level 20 before the end of the stream. Uh, let's dance. Right? The less time I spend dancing and cheering and pointing and saying, hey, you, yes, you, right? Of course, the more XP I'm going to get. But, you know, it's never stopped me before. I still celebrate the little things, right? Big grats, sizzing Tony's Blackbird. That's right. It's a big thing. We're doing it big. Dancing some more. A couple more dances. And level 17, it's a huge one. And I'm so glad that you're here for it. And allow me to introduce myself. I'm Chewy, what a Wookie, aka Big League Chewy here on Twitch. And well, this is the Sunday Swamptacular SplashFest 2025, number 32. It's just getting started. And yeah, if you're a hater, then I got something for you. It's that. You know, it's a very rude gesture in my culture, right? Where I'm from. Where I'm from, this means something I can't even say right now. So take that, haters. You know, but anybody who's not a hater, then you know, I'm so happy you're here. And let's keep going. Let's do this even bigger. Let's ding 18. Let's ding 17. Time for 18. All right. We doing it big. I was playing that numbers go up. I was playing NGU Idol again. Still, you know, every now and then. That's I like it. It keeps me entertained, and it lets me walk away. Right? I think it's kind of everything I like in a game. As far as I really like to grind. I love grinding. I love a grindy game that makes you work for it. The game, one of the grindiest I've ever seen. You know, I wouldn't recommend it for everybody. You know, I don't think everybody would find the same fun that I find. I admit that. But if you're a fan of, you know, Lemonade Tycoon type games, if you will, I thought it was pretty fun. There's a lot to manage, a lot going on, and it was, you know, it'll keep me entertained for probably ever. You think the stream would be even better if this new character was a troll Shadow Knight? I should try that sometime. We'll test that theory. Pandu, what's your favorite class? Mine's Shadow Knight. Couldn't guess. But today it's a shaman, right? To everybody who tells me to play a shaman, you know, I present. Cleric's your favorite? I respect it. Cleric is sleeper. You know, people shouldn't wake the cleric, really, what it is. They're very powerful. Fun bags like Shadow Knight and then Druid after that. Druids are really good too, you know? They can get it done. They can get around. They're useful. It's good to be useful. It's nice to be wanted. Everybody wants a druid, you know? Wizard says Manitoid, and then Chanter close second. You like the pure casters? Respect it. Now, Wizard, now that I've made this Shaman, this is my highest level Shaman, Wizard and Monk are like the last two classes I've never really played to any meaningful extent. So I want to get this Shaman to 60. That's my goal, you know, long term. Maybe after I'm well on my way there, it'll be time to move on to a Wizard. Finally get on with it. And Monk too. I feel like if I laid hands on a T staff, I would make a monk that same day, right? So far, no T-Staff. So far, no Monk. Necro's like Shadow Knight. Same spells 20 levels sooner. Yeah, I mean, Necro's like really cool. They can do so much awesome soloing, you know what I mean? Especially when you get like confident with it. Goes a long way, the confidence. You have a 60 cleric and a 54 cleric, same account, you just wanted to do it again. I respect it. Respect it. They're like wizards in their own right. You know, you put a cleric in an undead zone, it's like a wizard that can heal. It's amazing. Maybe even more mana efficient than a wizard. I don't know. I'm not a wizard. I don't know. But I've seen what wizards do, and they deal damage. I've seen clerics deal damage like that. You know what I mean? It's like that. They're the same picture. You know, it's the same picture. A wizard nuking stuff is the same as a cleric nuking. Basically. Shiny Goot says, Enchanter, mained one on live for years and years till you quit. You haven't played an emulated Chanter though. Curve is so steep. You went with a wizard for the big numbers. I mean, there's something real satisfying about just pure and simple nuking the stuff down, right? Like your opponent has HP and now they don't. You know, you did that. You did that. You know, wizards are great for that. Delete. The delete key. Enchanter for life, farm gear for the alts easy. I mean, nobody farms like an enchanter. I will definitely give it up where its credit is due. You know, nobody farms like an NPC, and the enchanters control the NPC. Strip mummy going down, crocodile going down. Like, Shemo's here for a transfer. That's a smart way to do it. Shit, Clippy's level 20. Almost outgrown Oasis. Why can't I target? Is this a pet? It was a pet. My bad. Like, why can't I target this stupid thing? My thorns killed it anyway. So, you know, I don't feel too bad. I figured it out slightly before it was too late, but X came in. Is it time to go to Orc Highway? I haven't been to Orc Highway since like literally Red launched. Last time I went to Orc Highway, I had to fight straight out of Agok members for it. Right? You guys remember them? You remember straight out of Agok? I'm talking 15 years ago. You know, this was good, clean fun on this server when it was new. So, you know, going to Orc Highway again in 2025, that's pretty cool. Yeah, we'll go that little ogre shrine thing. Can we get orc scalps from these guys? Those are decent to pick up. Once you get complete heal at 39, it's like +5 to group finding. Yeah, for real. Um, it's one of those things where it's good to be wanted. It's nice to be in demand. There's definitely a certain like power to that. I've seen that argument made for pullers too. If you're the puller, you can get away with a lot in a group because what are they gonna do? Find another puller? They're gonna put up with you and your whatever, right? Anyway, I guess I can freaking fight these like a caster, right? Casting spells. I think Clippy's leader right now. Clippy invited me, and we've been. I think the group's still same one. You got picked up to heal a Lodi at 42. Yeah, I mean you have complete heal. That's all you need. You only got to cast it a couple times on that pet, right? Or I mean, I guess if it's a player tank, however many times it takes. And it's something awesome in that, you know. The power scale like busts as soon as you get that spell. Your healing's off the chart. Works almost. I'm coming to the highway. I swear. I'll be there. Go on without me. Is this a nuke? Let's try this spell. Oh yeah, 77 point frosty. Gotta love it. It looks like a nuke. It smells like a nuke. By God, I think it's a nuke. Have I ever dabbled in WoW at all? I did. I dabbled. It was a long time ago. It was when Red was pretty stale, if I had to admit it. It was like probably after Kunark had been out for a long time. A bunch of flowers went to WoW, and they dragged me kicking and screaming. I didn't want to do it. I tried it, and I actually had some fun. You know, believe it or not, I had a good old time. Because of the I forget what they were called, but they were like the little Pokemon. You know what I'm talking about? Like the little tiny like pets, your little companions, the little tiny ones that you go like catch in the wild, and you could battle them like Pokemon kind of. I liked that. I was all about that. And it was cool. I'm glad they had something in the game for me. You know? But no, I dabbled. I played a barbarian. I liked the battlegrounds. Played a lot with flowers, you know, Daisy especially. You know, we were doing battlegrounds all the time. Fun, you know, and I felt like maybe I had to admit that I don't want to say I admit I was wrong, but let's do it. Let's admit I was wrong. You know, when I was playing EQ back in the day and World of Warcraft came out, I was like, ew, and I wanted nothing to do with it. You know, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I would have enjoyed it, but I didn't. I didn't play it until years later. So it is what it is. You know, can't go back. So, very long answer to your simple question. Yes, I have. Let me try to find these guys. I said I was on my way, and I'm just keep soloing. Where my dog's at. You like that run? I love that run. Honeybone says, "Follow me to safe spot." Roscoe Jenkins, level 17, almost halfway through 17 already. Okay, I see these guys. I'm following them. I got rooted. How rude. Who rooted me? Is it a player? Oh no, it's this priest. I don't even see the priest. There we go. Grinding. There's a guy on TikTok made a small series. Started from the beginning, super calming. Straight out of Agok, remind you of that. Yeah, I'll check that out. Thank you for that link, Shiny Goot. Good to see you too. And good to see everybody today. It's been a great turnout in chat. You know, I really appreciate everybody who tunes in for the Sunday stream. It really means a lot to me. You know what I mean? Like EverQuest is more fun with friends, and it's even amplified with you guys chatting. You know? It could be a lonely game sometimes. That is Croc. I'll just start rooting stuff. Single pull. Oh. Got it then. If I sit, I bet it'll aggro like 5, so I'm not gonna sit. Oh dang, these are like too easy. Got no XPs. I think it was just that one. This one's dark blue to me. It should be okay. I know I'm not the highest in the group. That other one must be green to me. No? I assume. We try to make it make sense here. Yeah, we're good. Got XP. I like my spells. Probably hockey song. Another blue con. Easy. Too easy. Last one's green. Might not be anything. There's a blue con. I'm just gonna chain pull as much as responsible, and then maybe even a little more. You know, push it to the limit. Yeah, that green con didn't give me anything.
It's showtime.
Cheers. Hey, oh no, it's good to see you. It is showtime. Pet the cat. Let's see. I summon a cat. You know the best way for me to summon the cat? If I get out of my chair, Winnie might hop up on it. Try to find her. Okay, I did pet the cats, both of them. Just for you, oh no, but I was not able to convince any to come guest star today. I mean, listen, we still got time. Still got over an hour left of the stream. Anything can happen. We might even see some PvP here on the PvP server, but I can't guarantee it. You know, it takes two to tango. One thing I can guarantee though is we got a question of the day every Sunday. Today's question of the day, so simple, such an easy one. You know, no reason not to answer the question of the day today. What's your favorite class in EQ? Come fight on my level 1. Yeah, yeah. This started the stream, I was level 1. Believe it or not, level 17 already. That's how hard we're going. But, you know, the power of friendship, the power of buffs, the power of gear. I can't say enough how appreciative I am for just the way everything's going. 17 levels in one sitting would be impossible otherwise, I think. Well, maybe not impossible, but that'd be a long sitting. Your favorite class is Druid. Well, they're wonderful, especially on the PvP server. They're like kind of like an assassin. Like on paper they seem like, oh, they're like a support class, right? Like, oh, they're support. They're more than just support. They can dive bomb, you know. They're support. They're damage. There's so much, so much. Everybody loves a druid. Yeah, I grind this. So the question of the day: what's your favorite class? It's easy. I gotta know. I just gotta know. Mine's Shadow Knight. If you couldn't tell, if you couldn't guess, even though I'm playing a shaman, um, my favorite is actually Shadow Knight. I'm enjoying shaman so far, right? I'm still pretty low level. I haven't quite gotten into the real nitty gritty of it, right? No canny dance yet. But thematically you say ranger? Sure. Hey, that's a great answer. There's no wrong answer because it's personal opinion. You know? Favorite. I'm not asking what's the best, what's objectively the best, or what's the highest DPS. Those would have, you know, answers. This one has answers. Ranger's your favorite melee. They're really fun. I like being able to track stuff. And like you said, thematically, they're great. It's unfortunate that fatty warriors are better ranged class on this server. You know, not classic. Doesn't feel good. I mean, wait, I forgot. I'm supposed to say I love Bow Quest, right? I love Bow Quest. So classic. Anyways, Ranger has a fun adventuring kit. They sure do. Shadow Knight does too. That's part of why I love Shadow Knight. They can get around. They can do the stuff. They're good. Sorry, I was trying to get Chester up here. That's finished. That one. Speaking of Rangers and Bow Quest, I wish I had a bow right now, but I'm a shaman. You see me, you see the look of me. You might assume I'm a Shadow Knight because it's me. But no, I'm a shaman today. Doing all sorts of shamanistic stuff. Like Dot. Slow. And sound. Right? I don't want to say I didn't have the guts, but I was a little, hesitant to say Sal because I knew it was divisive and I knew not everybody wants to hear that. People want to say it other ways. I say Sal. Spirit of Wolf rhymes with World of Warcraft. I'm standing by it, right? I took a stance and, you're free to pronounce it the way you want, but I'm telling you how I pronounce it and my reason why, right? Not only is it the way I've always pronounced it, but also, reason. Anyway, I'm not trying to be divisive today. We're all EverQuest enjoyers, and as long as we're enjoying EverQuest, I think we got something in common. I got to remind myself of that sometimes in the heat of the PvP. And we're all EverQuest enjoyers, even if you're my op, right? We're still here, meeting in Norath, right? My home is your home. Anyway. Speaking of ops, we can go look for EPIZ. Right? Nobody tell EPIZ that we might come up there looking. Periscope's up. Listen, don't tell him, alright? Don't tell him. Let's make a silent move real quick. This is the #1 reason that I don't reach my leveling goals. Right? Think about Wipeout. Think about my last Wipeout stream. What exact... Wow, this Puma interrupts me. Hold on. Let me kill this Puma. What was I gonna say? Last time I played Wipeout, I ended up saying the actual words left my mouth. If I don't ding 57 this stream, I got some real problems. I said that because I was like 99%. And what happened? I didn't ding because I got some real problems. Because I was running around looking for PvP. Right, it's always Blackfire was there. The lure. Right? It was. You ever seen a cartoon when like there's a really tasty pie and the smell of the pie does the like finger come here, you know, and like you follow your nose to the pie, right? Like it was one of those. It was PvP. The smell of the PvP was too alluring for me. I didn't even tell the group. I told you guys though, but nobody tell EPIZ, okay? We're moving in silent, making a silent move. I'm gonna pop in, just make sure Everfrost is fine. I don't know, you know? I don't know if anybody's there. I just know last time that I was there, I saw them there. That was yesterday. So I think, you know, it's worth a shot. Because I'm not shook. It'll let me in a sec. It does that thing, right? I crashed when I camped. There was somebody in OOC with the same problem. And if I was somebody who would talk in OOC, I would be like, yeah, it happens. But I don't talk in OOC. So I didn't say anything. But I have the same problem. I crash when I camp. And it just locks you out for a minute. It's not like a huge deal. I don't know how to fix it. If I knew how to fix it, I would definitely, because, you know, a mild inconvenience, but an inconvenience the same. Whatever. The solution is you just don't switch characters, right? You just stay on one all day. Fine. See what's going on. Last time I seen EPIZ, they plugged out at like 3% because I was clobbering them, you know? But, you know, no yellow text, nothing happened. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Something about get them before the zone line next time. You know, it is what it is. All right. Happy zone. Just had to see it. Just had to check it out. If I could bring some gear back right now to my shaman, I don't think I have anything I would. Alright, silver plated. Okay, shaman can wear silver plated leggings, so that's. I would bring that back. I think gator legs are better, so I'll just wear gator legs when I get them. Anyways, make a silent move back. Without further ado, the allure of PvP. You know, it was sure alluring, but there was no PvP. Obviously, you know, giants, they're tempting. People like platinum, believe it or not. So a camp like that, where it's a steady stream of platinum, high demand. High demand camp. People are actually there. You will see action there. Just lets me. Same problem as before, right? Crash when I camp. Blocks me out for. I say it's a minute, but it's probably not even a minute. It's probably like 40 seconds, but it's a long 40 seconds. Hey, Captain Lung Whistle, I appreciate you hanging out this morning, all morning long. You know? It's afternoon now, so I got an hour left in me, but I'll keep going strong in honor of you and your dogs, Captain Long Whistle. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for answering the question of the day. And thanks for being in Flowers of Happiness. And thanks for, helping keep Norath happy. You took 10 levels, huh? Good stuff. Very good stuff. Group broke up because I left, huh? My bad. I should have probably said something like, I'll be right back, I swear. Bounced. What I do? Like I said, I told you guys. You guys knew. I think we can just keep soloing these things. Level 17, I could probably solo the spiders. Probably pretty easily kill even the big one. It's worth a shot. Now that I have root, I can single pull it, right? Because I can root one of the ads, root the other ad, pull the big one to the zone line, dance it real quick, and then, single pull. Everything goes so good in theory, right? In actuality, I gotta land the spells. See how it goes. Ding 18. That'll help. We'll celebrate. By my lonesome here at Orc Highway. It's me and some orcs. An orc corpse. I'm dancing. I'm cheering. Level 18. Even the potential of PvP couldn't stop me from level 18. I'm going to try not to let it stop me from level 19 or 20. And let's go. If you've been rocking with me so far this morning, this one's for you, okay? This one's for you, this little dance. Thank you, thank you. And I beg, I plead that you rock with me every Sunday, okay? It's the best day of the week for me. Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, all year long, every Sunday. Like clockwork. Been here, will be here, and I hope you are too. That being said, without further ado, onward and upward to level 18 now. Alright, I am level 18. Onward and upward to level 19. Let's go. It would appear my Sal wore off. Channeling 15. Could you tell that I've just been meleeing my whole existence so far? Pretty obvious. Pretty obvious. Part of the danger. Letting the gear carry you too hard, I think the worst example of, like, whatever that is, was when I was playing my warrior, right? Or was it my warrior or was it Pewee? It might have been Pewee. I think they both might have did the same thing, where I get a Lev cloak at level 1, and then next thing you know, I'm have no swimming skill because I never touch the water because I'm always Lev. You gotta be careful. You could be your own worst enemy. You're not cautious enough with it. That's what I'm saying. Anyways, whatever. Not a problem. There's no Lev cloak, no problem. There's a yellow orc, huh? Ludwig von must have pulled this out of some angled orc mess. Spirit strike, let's go. Resist. Brutal. Mana left for that. Resisted the dot. Ooh. The bronze mace. There we go. Hey, not bad for one orc. Thank you for that, Ludwig von. Appreciate it. Let me hit this vendor one more time before we leave. I think like cure blindness probably, if that's in my, possibilities. Shaman 9, yeah, I'll buy it. Why not? Invisibility, Shaman 29. How about like seeing this? There's some sort of like seeing this. Vision. Okay. Inland, I'm in Oasis of Mar. I was doing some South Row earlier with the gang. It was fun. Yeah, I still can't afford vision. Flat short. Spirit Sight. I can afford that one. Let's see what it does. I'm in some spells real quick. Like I got gear, but I didn't grab spell money. That was an oversight. You know, I could be my own worst enemy. Yep, with the lake, exactly. Now I'm gonna go back to Guck. Came up here to get Flash-a-Light, got Flash-a-Light. Been a long time, yeah. How about Guck? You been to Guck lately? I love Guck. It's like one of my favorite spots. Gonna return. We were there earlier. We've had a really good turnout. Flowers of Happiness has this morning, right? We started out in the swamp, level 1. Joined with Ishiwatari, made a new level 1. And then we met up with Bardotron and Captain Longwhistle. And we went to Guck after the swamp got a little low. We had our fun in Guck, and then we went up to South Row and then Oasis. And everybody, taking a break for lunch. I'm still going strong for another hour, so I'm going back to Guck. Return to the scene of the crime up here. Got bored with it. No one to talk to, much less play with. Yeah, it can be a lonely game sometimes, but the secret that's worked for me is I play with Flowers of Happiness, the #1 undisputed PvP champion crew. Got a Discord called the Swamp that, lots of EverQuest enjoyers have been joining. And then I stream it a couple times a week. So it's never lonely for me, right? Your mileage may vary, but that's worked for me, keeping it very exciting and fresh and hopefully entertaining for everybody. Not a PvP guy. Hey, fair enough, fair enough. I'm still playing EQ, especially when nobody else is around, I got nothing but PvE to do, but if the PvP comes, I gotta switch modes, you know what I mean? Be ready. But that's all it is right now, just a threat of danger. It's fine, there's no danger. They don't come to Guck. This is the Flowers of Happiness homeland. They know better. They'd be fools to come to Guck. They know what happened last time they came to Guck. You know? Plus I got a fungi tunic. I think that's enough to keep keep a lot of would-be at bay. At least for now. Win, lose, or draw. I love EQ PvP. Gets the blood flowing. Last week was tough, huh? Anybody who saw the stream last week saw it was a little back and forth. There was some give and take in the battlefield of permafrost. You're on a TLP. It's the first time you played official EQ and paying for it in over a decade. Hey, sure Daybreak's happy to have you back. We were talking about official EQ and Daybreak because of the whole drama that's going on right now. But, you know, we're showing nothing but love. There's a little drama between one of the servers, Hero's Journey. Yeah. The Hero's Journey Daybreak lawsuit. It's given me a lot to talk about in stream. I like to cover current events when they come up. Not every day we get current events in a game that's, 2.5 decades old, literally. We got current events, all currently unfolding this week. It's been pretty crazy, but the way Daybreak's kind of showed the agreement between P99 and Daybreak, I feel really good about the future. As an EverQuest enjoyer, I play P99, and I like it's always been kind of a backroom deal, right? I would call it. We were in the dark about what went on behind the curtain. We don't know the agreement, so I would speculate wildly. And let me go ahead and be the first to admit, I was way off. My assumption of what P99 and Daybreak's agreement was like was much more restrictive. The agreement they have, honestly, it's a sweetheart deal for P99. You know, as long as your vision of what a sweet deal is doesn't have money, right? No dollar sign in sweet. You're good. It's a great deal. Obviously, they're not allowed to make any money off it, which some might consider a bad deal, but hey, allowed to continue, allowed to thrive in the space, really. DHJ, they didn't come with that same kind of, I don't know what to say. After seeing the way their lawyers talked, it's hard to defend. Right. The Think Piston Daybreak off about THJs, they're getting paid and accept donations for content. Yeah, I mean, and they didn't really show the respect that they had to show. You know what I mean? Like, part of THJ's whole argument, or not THJ, part of Daybreak's whole argument that they've, I think, to me, been able to prove is that they're quite reasonable and they're willing to work with these fan projects and emulator servers. You know what I mean? The agreement, which was leaked by Daybreak, finally, after 10 years of speculation, we finally know what it says because of this new lawsuit, right? Daybreak leaked the agreement, basically. And just to kind of prove of how lenient they are, and they're very lenient. The agreement allows for P99 to be doing a lot more than they're even doing, But there's some stipulations there for sure. But it's not nearly as restrictive as I, assumed. Anyway, I read the whole agreement today in stream earlier, It'll be up on the Twitch VOD if anybody wants to catch it and you missed it.
Of course, I got the link to the agreement in the Discord also, if you haven't seen it and you want to see it. But it's, you know, it's just something to talk about. I'm not really directly involved in any way other than an EverQuest enjoyer. But as an EverQuest enjoyer, I feel like I have some stake in the matter. You know, we want to be able to enjoy EverQuest for years to come, the way we enjoy it. And some of us might have felt like that was in danger, the way things were starting to unfold. You know, you heard Daybreak was blaming THJ for their TLP. So they do bring up kind of a lack of respect for the timeline as far as like in the agreement. If you read the agreement between P99 and Daybreak, one of the very specific points in there is that, you know, Daybreak wants to be able to do their TLPs without competition. In regards to like, don't release a major expansion while we're doing something. You know what I mean? Let us do our thing, and then you can do your thing in between. Basically, is what the agreement seems to say. And you know, PHJ wasn't doing that. They weren't doing a lot of the things that Daybreak expects their, you know, emulator pals to do, right? They want people to fall in line behind them, right? Respect their authority, do your thing, don't take the money, you know? You're allowed. Here's the thing, in the P99 agreement, it even specifically says you can get donations, you know? If people want to give you money, great, but don't solicit the donations and don't let, you know what I mean? Like, or whatever the wording was. I think I'm even it might have even said you can solicit the donations, but they're not supposed to be like profiting off of. They're supposed to be like maintaining or something like that. Whatever. It's all in there. We can go back over it. But you know what I mean? Like I said, it's a pretty sweet deal for P99. And that's why we're still here. That agreement was 2015. We spent 10 years you know, in the dark about what it was, but we were in the light of its reality, right? The reality was, you know, we were here playing to stay, you know? Obviously, we're still here. Early 2000s was like definitely a pinnacle of like PC gaming for sure, you know? Maybe gaming in general, like, that's why we're all so nostalgic for so many of these games. You're right, because it's not just EQ. It was a whole era. Everything in the era. Top tier. Taking a lot of friggin' beats from the spider. Ooh. Let's do it like this. Tough fight, but it'll be worth it. It'll be good XP. Hey, Creeping Death, what's your favorite class in EverQuest? That's the question of the day today. I gotta know. And it's good to see you, by the way. Yanlin, you've loved EQ since you first played it in 2000. I know, it's just one of those games that if you were affected by it, you're probably still feeling the effects in some way. You know, even if it's just like a warm, fuzzy nostalgia, or if you're full blown immersed, you know, or anything in between. You love everything up to POP. You say GOD was awful. I actually really liked Gates. That was some good raids. The Gates raids I thought were awesome. DON was fun. Crystal farming got old, sure. Farming in general, you know, it's fun till it's not. But yeah, the crazy part about the P99 agreement is that they're allowed to release all those expansions if they wanted to. In the agreement, as per the agreement, P99 Rogan, actually I should say specifically Rogan and whoever the other name in there, probably Nilbog, are the only people allowed to run P99. They can't transfer it to anybody else. They can't sell the server to any other company or any other person. If they decided to end it, they could either transfer it to Daybreak or delete it forever, right? Those are the two options. This is in the agreement. This is signed, dated, notarized, right? Interesting stuff. But also in that same agreement, they're saying they're not going to emulate any other Daybreak games, right? Only EverQuest, and only up to and including like the 10th expansion. Basically everything that's in Titanium Edition is fair game, right? As per the agreement for them. Which, like I said, that's worlds and above what I ever thought. I thought they were restricted to never go beyond Velius, and that's why there was you know what I mean? I thought that was it because of the agreement. But it's it because of other reasons, I guess, not the agreement. Because the agreement says Planes of Power, Yakisha, you know, Depths of Dark Hollow, even Lost Dungeons of Norath, Omens of War, Gates of Discord, all of them, you know, the first 10. Awesome. That's an awesome agreement. Very, very, very lenient. Anyway. What's everyone's opinions on Monsters and Memories? I'm eagerly awaiting a full release, Greybirth. I've been watching some streams, you know, some of my pals have played the tests and stuff, and it looks fun. It looks fun. I'm just, personally, I'm waiting for a full version. And I will definitely, you know, get in on it. Because it looks like right up my alley. It's cool with that. LDON was fun in a weird way. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier in chat. Flippy Darkpaw was in chat talking about LDON, and I have to agree. There's a lot to like about LDON. You know, I could also see a lot wrong with LDON if you were playing on the item loot server. LDON was probably your worst enemy. But anybody else? I think we loved it. I loved it. There's something different. Another playtest coming up in a couple weeks. Yeah, they've been... The schedule for tests, it seems to be like ramping up, right? We're getting closer and closer to that full release, if I had to guess, right? They're really starting to polish. They still got to add some more zones, though, right? Of course, there's more work to do. There's always more work to do. Games are huge undertakings. But, yeah. Looks like it's getting there, and it looks fun, which is the most important part. Alright, early release, or early access in Q1, gotcha. That might be good enough for me. We'll see. I want to play a polished, finished game, and if it feels polished in early access, cool. But usually that, you know, why they call it, if it felt polished, they wouldn't call it early access. They'd be like, here's your game. Right? So we'll see. We'll see what you know, anything can happen. When it does happen, it'll be a Tuesday for sure, because, you know, Sundays were made for EQ on this channel. Thursday mornings, Rise and Grind and EQ on this channel. You know, this isn't Nom, there are rules. It'll be out of the main development cycle and live 24/7 in Q1. Well, that's pretty much close enough, you know what I mean? You jumped on board for Pantheon with way less. Yeah. I mean, that's part of... What do they say? Like, once bitten, twice shy, or whatever, something like that. Like, maybe if it wasn't for Pantheon, I wouldn't care about wanting a more polished product out of its EA phase. You know what I mean? Just because, ugh. Listen, it was fun. I had my fun, but Oof. Oof. Somebody sent me a tell. They see me without my, you know, I'm the only person not anonymous. So he's a level 20 and he's sending a tell to say what's up. Blue cow, moo. Yeah, that's my first shaman. I can't wait. They seem beastly, even though I'm still playing it like a warrior. You know? Good to see a blue cow. It's fun at first when the patches came out. It wasn't really new content, but class tweaks and nerfs. There was a lot of bad press too, or you know what I mean, like kind of like mishandled occurrences. How about that? I don't know how to put it succinctly, but how about, you know what I'm talking about, when there was a lot of people thought there was some favoritism going on, and people thought that there was like one of the devs or something was like summoning stuff for one of the guilds or something. There's a lot of like grumblings and rumblings, and it seemed like their official stance was to kind of like punish people for rumbling and grumbling, and it kind of unraveled from there. This is what you thought the Joppa stream was cool. I remember it happening, but I don't think I caught that one. But I did watch. This was about the same time, so it probably was going down at the same time. I was watching in the Discord and just seeing the general tone change. It must have been that same day. What exactly happened in that stream? He streamed 3 days a week. Gotcha. It was to none. Right. So I remember, like I said, I remember there was like rumbling and grumbling. People were upset about some stuff that went down. And basically they were told, no, it didn't, you know? And it seemed like people weren't really accepting that answer. And then they were starting to get censored. And then even, you couldn't even like emote to stuff anymore because all the, you know what I mean? Just the tone changed. The crowd turned on them real bad, and I don't think they ever really regained control. And it was, yeah, you could say it was just kind of like a mishandling of some like what should have been like light drama, but I don't know, it was weird. I was kind of trying to, you know how I like to cover the happenings and going ons in EQ. Well, during that era of Pantheon, I was trying to stay on top of it too. So if I dug through my folders, I probably have some screenshots of like announcements and stuff like that, and just things. It's fun. But yeah, I was playing a wizard, and I had a ton of fun. Right, just nuking players, and not much else. Right, I wasn't. There was no real nuance to my gameplay. It was spam that nuke button and win, or you know, try to spam that nuke button and find out that it's a group of like 6 players to get totally steamrolled. But either way, you know, I'm spamming that nuke button, and it was fun. It was fun. I had a good time, but there stopped being other players to nuke, and that's gonna stop me from logging in. brought back the nostalgia feeling for a week though. So I didn't feel too immersed or anything like that until the sun went down, right? When the sun went down, you can't really see the game too much anymore, right? You get that immersive darkness and it sucked me right in. You know what I mean? Like trying to not have my torch out because I didn't want to draw too much attention to me, moving in the shadows. Oh yeah. That felt good. That felt right. But then the sun would come back up and you could see your surroundings again and it's like, ew, I don't know if I like the look of this. You know what I mean? Something about it. It was cool. It was different. It just wasn't sucking me in. I don't know. I'm not trying to be a hater. I appreciate the effort. We're talking about Pantheon. It was a while ago now when they launched the PvP server. Right? I had always, for a year ahead of that, been saying, oh, if they launched a PvP server, I would definitely go play, you know? Definitely go play if they launched PvP. And they did. So I had to put my, you know, I already wrote that check. It had to be cashed, you know? My mouth had been writing that check forever. So I did. I went. And, yeah. Struck fear in the hearts of Pantheon residents, right? They learned to fear the name Stephanie EverQuest, right? The Wicked Witch of the Wastes, they called me. Swish, what's going on? We're just getting started over here. Glad to see you. Hey, Swish, question of the day. Blue Cow, question of the day. Anybody who hasn't answered yet, what's your favorite class in EverQuest? Simple as that. The most simple question of the day you're ever going to get from my channel, I bet. I just got to know. What's your favorite? No wrong answer because it's opinion. My favorite Shadow Knight. Oh yeah, Swish. We're having a real good time over here. Already dinged. 18. I'm level 18. Started out at level 1. That's a lot of dings. You know I danced and cheered and clapped and bowed and all that stuff for everyone. Enchanter by a nose. You gotta pick one, so that, you know, that's what it is. You picked it. I appreciate you picking one, Swish. That's not always easy, you know, even the easy questions aren't always too easy. I'm glad you picked one. I picked Shadow Knight, you know? Shaman by a country mile, says Gamblin. Hell yeah. I'm starting to like it, you know? I like that I can slow stuff. I like that I can dot stuff. I certainly like that I can root stuff. Being able to gate is very nice. Huge. I picked Shadow Knight, you're shocked, I know, right? Nobody could ever guess or predict that I enjoy Shadow Knights, but I do. I guess, alright, anybody who's new here and you don't get the joke is I have a lot of Shadow Knights. That's like what I make. When I don't know what to do, I just make another Shadow Knight because it's fun. They're good. I like them. You know, it is what it is. Harm Touch takes 72 minutes to come back up, so it's, you know, while you're waiting for that Harm Touch, might as well just play another Shadow Knight. Yeah, Shaman solo capability is unreal. I've seen the power. I want to be like that. A lot is an understatement, says Goblin. Yeah. Love me a good old Shadow Knight. Especially a troll Shadow Knight, you know? Just handsome. Large and in charge. Keep this crazy train rolling. But yeah, I gotta say, I feel like this has been one of the best Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest yet. You know, everybody who's been tuning in so far for this, it couldn't do it without you. You know what I mean? Like, this is what makes me set the alarm so early on a Sunday. You know what I mean? It's the weekend. I could sleep in, but why would I want to sleep in and miss all this? I love this. I live for this. Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025. It was live today. It'll be live next week. It'll be live the week. You know what I mean? Next week's number 33. This week's number 32. We're just getting started though. I got another 15 minutes, so stay here. Don't go anywhere. Get comfy. We got 15 more minutes of EverQuest enjoyment before we go, end the stream the way we do. The way we always do is by finding another stream and rating it, right? We show them some love from Red 99. We remind them that EverQuest PvPers are also EverQuest enjoyers. You know what I mean? We got something in common, no matter what server we call home. I like to try to remind people that. Gotta humanize us PvPers. We are EverQuest enjoyers. We just might be loud and crass and crude and rude, but we also enjoy EverQuest. Oh boy, that's too many. That's too many frongies. One of them's a caster. Watch him blind me or something. Try to split this up by like, I don't know. Let's see how it looks when I get to the zone line. Maybe, oh, that's the sentry. I don't want to root the one that's not even on me. Hilarious. Alright. That should be good. Of course, I run into that one and get stunned, but that should be good enough, right? Root two of them. Fight this one. Root off. Root off the red-nosed gas knight. Ugh, got nuked. Alright, whatever. Zone this. It was worth a try. Definitely worth a try. Alright. Level 18. I didn't yell train right. I know. This, I better watch out. Might get a reputation out here. Being that guy that doesn't yell train. We've gotten into the philosophy of that before. Like, can you disrupt a zone if there's no other player to be disrupted? I don't think you can. I like to think you can't, especially when I'm playing a bard. I like to think I'm not disrupting shit. You know, victimless crime. Oh, he's gonna slow me. Ah, he slowed me. Slowed me and poisoned me. And rooted me. And diseased me. Okay. This is good. Whole little rack of debuffs going on right now. Let me go. Let me. Slow is almost off. I have no mana. If I sit, I aggro the rest of the room. I know they're low level, but I just don't want to right now. Slow is back on. Gonna blind me. I'm blind. Fighting blind. Trying to fight. I wasn't sure what was attack on and what was attack off, so I was, turning it on and off. Either way, it was, it would toggle. Slow is brutal. Slow off. Tried to bash, but A, it was too late, and B, it missed. Aren't gonna stop a heal like that. Perfect. A little HP, a little mana, and then we'll finish this stream strong. The last 10 minutes will be your last chance to answer the question of the day. Hang tight. All right, all right. Level 18. Nobody came to attack me while I was AFK. Wonderful. Let's go check out the spiders. Or spooters. You know, if you're into that sort of thing. I know I'm into that sort of thing. I'm into all sorts of guck things. Right? Froglocks, spiders, crocs. Love them all. Say the most obscure guck mobs, right? Basilisks, there's only a couple. Gargoyles, there's a couple handfuls. What about that skelly? The skeletal monk. That's pretty obscure. Right? What about that that other guy, Tempest? Right? I don't know if that counts. Evil eyes. Yes, there's only one evil eye. That's a good one. Good obscure mob type in Guck. Anim yes! BG834, thank you. Reanimated hand. And the fungus guys. Oh yeah, you get a little bit of every kind of fungus guy down there. A great representation in the fungi farm. Great answer. Terrific answer. I feel like you can sometimes get a froglock tad that looks like a froglock tad. A lot of times they're called froglock tad, but they look like a full-grown froglock. I think sometimes you can actually get a tad to spawn, so that'd be pretty obscure. But you know, they're plentiful in the swamp itself. Unlike some of these fungus models, the reanimated hand, the eyeball, some of this stuff's yeah. Very rare in the area. We would say there's only one basilisk down there, but I've seen two. I've seen a second one, you know? It's scary. I cry every time. Anyway, with my 0 mana, what I think you forever associate the hands with POH. POH is cool. I haven't been to POH in a while. Last time we went anywhere planar on stream, we went to Fear. It was great. Good time. Gotta go back there again. Bring Orc Friend, you know what I'm saying? Gotta get the rest of that gear. That was the main goal, right? Get Orc Friend all his Umbral plate mail. The Minotaurs are cool too. Yeah. If you're not in the Minotaur caves or you don't go in through that zone line, you wouldn't even know, right? They keep to themselves for the most part. Yeah, there's that little pit over by like oh, there you go. There's a human. There's Raster of Guck, right? The monk epic guy. That's a very rare mob type as far as you don't see too many humans chilling down there. Just that guy. I guess the skellies aren't as rare, right? There's the skeletal monk and upper, but besides that, you see skellies all the time. Certain pets, right? Froglock Necromancer and Upper Guck, I believe, has a skeleton pet, right? Even if he doesn't, the Ghoul Cavalier will have a skelly pet. Ghoul Lord will have a skelly pet. Ritualist will have a skelly pet, right? So I mean, there's a couple skeletons. That one's less rare. Magician pets, that's rare. You got to see the summoner about that. The same guy that dropped those potions that we were using earlier in the stream. Shout out to Jen, you know. RIP, pour one out for the best pet name I've seen in a while. All of it. We had 3 pets at first, and it was pretty awesome. But, you know, nothing good lasts forever. We were down to 2 pets, and then we were down to 1 pet, and then we were down to 0 pets. But it carried us for a while. You know? Guck provides. So I wanted to just fight this. No mana. As long as it's single. It's single. I got what I wanted. Let's see. If mana was necessary. Seems like it might be. Mana might be a thing. Already getting my ass whooped. But sorry, I could run it a little bit, regen, aka cheese it, you know? Cheese it a little bit. Ugh, root. Fail. Oh, he poisoned me. Mana's overrated. Facts. Who needs mana when you could just be out of mana? Alternatively, you know? Things are going fine. If I gotta go loop around for a little more regen, I will. So far, so good. Oof, those 44-point hits are crunching. Take a little loop. A little quick loop. Laser is the best pet name we've ever gotten. That's a great name. If I got Laser, I would be going bonkers. I saw a pet named Goner. I thought that was funny. Like, ominous. That's a goner. I don't know. I don't know if I trust that one. Oh, got hurt. Got hurt. Like, don't know what to do. I'm just like scrambling. I'll sit over here. At least the root hole held. Goner was common. I thought it was funny. I think mine had an E. Maybe I'm wrong though. What about Goner with a B? Goner. That'd be funny. I remember there used to be a guy that played on Red named Jebekin, and I always thought that was funny because it's I think a pretty common pet name, at least on this server back then. I think that's why he picked it, you know? Mm. Poison though. There's poison though. Ouch, it poisoned me again. A fresh poison. No. Ugh, I just took some beats there trying to channel a heal. Like, my heal compared to my regen isn't much. I should probably just not worth it. You fleeing yet? Nope. Oh, I gotta get out. I gotta zone. Too much. Too much. I tried. You saw a troll shaman named Brain Surgeon, spelled all troll-like. I love that. It's a great name. Alright, well that guy that's a level 20 is in the zone. Good thing I know who it is, and he's cool. Right? Because we were just talking, we were just chatting. Unless he's trying to put me at ease. But I think he's coming respectfully to the swamp, right? Come to the swamp, you gotta come with respect. That being said, I'm at a little low HP. Might as well get some back. Can you believe it's already 1 p.m. though? Honestly, that's one of the better names I've seen. You know, Brain Surgeon. I could see why it stuck with you. Oh no, he passed a number of years. Well, RIP to Brain Surgeon. I hear he was a great guy. And, no, Norath lost a real one. On the big Plane of Sky raid, as we say. It's tough. Favorite Necro name? Critney Fears? Wow. Pretty funny. Alright, let's see here. Can I afford to sell myself? Nope. Britney Fierce is pretty funny. Gnomes are like too powerful. Let's face it. Gnome vision. Just the way they could fit into nooks and crannies. Oh my god. Like if I was chasing a gnome right here, they'd go right here. They'd go through this little spot. And I'd be like, oh, I gotta go around, hold on. You know? And then they'd go through this little spot. And I'd be like, ah, hold on, I gotta duck. You know? And then they could go through this little spot. And I'd be like, I don't even think I could. Okay, maybe not that little spot. This little spot. Sure. And I'd be like, I don't think I could even duck this. You know? That's what chasing a gnome is like around here. Powerful. Powerful stuff. Anyway. Anything but medding, right? I will demonstrate chasing gnomes, but I won't sit. Not me. You're still stun locked by the little gnome cranny I showed you in Oasis. Oh yeah, there's so many little gnome crannies in Norath. It's crazy. I know I don't know them all, but when I find them, I'm always excited. I'm always excited to learn a new one. That one in Oasis is very powerful. There's another one in Oasis that's very powerful too that I have not shown you yet, Antonius Block Party. Remind me one of these days to show you the other spot in Oasis, which is a crazy one. And the only reason I know it is because I found somebody there, right? I couldn't find them. I could not find them at all. So I logged out and logged in Druid, right, which had track. I finally found them on track, and now I'm trying to track them. Like, what's going on here? I finally figured it out. And I was like, ooh, good spot. Good spot. And I think they gated when I finally found them. It's how it goes sometimes, but hey, I'm still going to try. I'll make that effort. Hey, speaking of making that effort, thanks for hanging out with me while I made this effort to give you an excellent Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. Number 32. Is that true? Is it really number 32? Well, number 33 is next week. Tuesday, it's, hey, penciled in for Tuesday this week, okay? But keep an eye out on the Discord. Speaking of the Discord, if you haven't joined the Discord yet, what are you waiting for? Consider this your personal invitation, okay? Join the Discord. You're going to love it. Everybody's there. Everybody's already there. If you're not there yet, come on. Come on, it's not too late. Come on down. But that being said, next stream is Tuesday. I think I'm going to play Tony Hawk, right? Speaking of penciled in, I got a Tony Hawk penciled in. And, if something comes up before then, I might choose to switch it up, do something different. Maybe even EverQuest, who knows? But right now, I'm planning to choose Tony Hawk. I want to be comfortable with it. I want to get the flow back. It's been a couple decades. I'm a little rusty, but I feel like I can get it back. And that being said, yeah, Thursday morning Rise and Grind right here, EverQuest stream, but of course, Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest every Sunday. Hope to see you then. Thanks for hanging out. Everybody who answered the question of the day today, really, really, really super duper appreciate it. And if you haven't answered it yet, we might have to go answer it in the next person's chat, right? We're going to ask them. We're going to raid right now. Who is playing EQ? Let's find out. Check this list. Oh, lots of EQ streams right now. Somebody's doing an AFK Tunnel Rat stream. Well, no, we need something active. We need some real EQ action. Okay, here we go. Somebody is playing EverQuest Project Quarm Rogue. All right, let's show some love to PQ Moist TTV Moisty. All right, say what's up. Show some love from Red 99. Remind PQ Moisty TTV and their viewers that EverQuest PvPers are EverQuest enjoyers too. And don't forget, Spirit of Wolf rhymes with World of Warcraft, right? Sow. That's how I say it. Anyways, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Really appreciate you. See you next time. Can't wait. It'll be a blast. 18 levels in one session. That was crazy, Lost track as I went. All right, see you next time.